If the rest of y'all are ready, we'll go ahead and jump into it. The Wednesday, March 20th meeting of the City of Ypsilanti Planning Commission is in session. Can we get a roll call for attendance?
Here.
Here.
Carl here. Matt Dunwoody.
Present.
Eric Bettis.
Present.
Brian Jones. Present. Bill Hollyfield.
Present.
Or I'm so sorry, I should be calling by Commissioner. I apologize. And Commissioner Simmons.
Very good. We do have a very good. We do have a quorum. Commissioner Simmons notified us of his absence in advance of the meeting. A motion would be in order to excuse his absence.
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Brian, support by Phil.
Sure.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. That brings us to agenda approval. Any comments on the agenda for this evening's meeting before we get it underway? Motion would be in order to approve. All in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry, we need the move.
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Amanda, support by Eric. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have approval of minutes next for our February Planning Commission meeting. Those minutes were included in the packet for review. Any notes on the meetings from that, or the minutes from that meeting? Hearing none, a motion would be in order to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Amanda, support by Mike. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to public comment. This is the portion of the meeting that is set aside for general public comment to the Planning Commission on any items for which a public hearing is not scheduled for this evening. We will have public hearings for the electronic message board sign text amendment, the recreational vehicle text amendment, 23 North Washington special land use and site plan, and 124 Pearl 136 North Washington planned unit development. So this first public comment will just be for items unrelated to that. You'll have an opportunity later to speak to those individually. With that said, we're going to limit any comments to 3 minutes for this portion. A motion would be in order to open the public comment.
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Eric, support by Amanda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Anybody in the room, if you want to just step to the podium one at a time, start with name and like I mentioned previously, keep comments to 3 minutes, please. Yeah. No hands on the Zoom meeting right now? Okay, very good.
I am Wardell Jones. I am a member of Second Baptist Church. I attempted to use your Zoom link that's provided. It says you have another meeting in progress. Well, no one's here.
Thanks, we appreciate that.
Try to work that out. I did join on Zoom using the link at the agenda center. If we could repost that link real quick on the
This link
on
right
the news
here.
flash. Thank you.
Any other public comments in the room at the moment? All right, I reckon we should keep the public comment open until we're certain the Zoom link's working.
Yeah, we can help post on the city's main page real quick.
Okay.
Because it is in the agenda center, so
Yeah.
it is there. It's just people might need to know how to use the right one.
Okay. Perhaps we could close the public comment now and solicit some hands in the Zoom meeting later if there's anybody who wishes to speak to Planning Commission on any other items.
So moved.
Reasonable motion by Brian, support by Phil. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 6 on the agenda, committee reports. Mike, anything to share with us on from the non-motorized committee?
Didn't have quorum for a meeting this month, so no report.
Very good. Thank you. Public hearing items. Item 7 on the agenda. We have up first the electronic message board sign text amendment. Does staff need a minute for the Zoom link before we jump into this?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
best.
Let us know when you're ready.
Um, just adjusted it to have half of the members, so this one, we're only able to get 3 people, so.
The city got rid of their requirement entirely.
I access the one who. One would expect.
Yeah, the last time we had questions on it, the city clerk, who's now the city manager, said that we couldn't perform any business or we couldn't do the Zoom thing, so same as commissions. Or, yeah. A bit unreasonable.
Oh, no, I mean, commission got rid of it. There was a
That it can't get rid of.
vote. There was a. Like, to try to give police advisory more flexibility because they were having a really hard time.
So.
We've confirmed that the one posted. Okay.
You go to.
You want to just say that into the mic for the benefit of everybody in the room?
So if you go to the agenda center where we have the agenda and for this meeting, you will see like a little icon of like a TV. If you select that, that will be the Zoom link for this meeting.
It does work. I did
Yeah.
log in and I'm on my computer. Viewing the meeting right now.
The Zoom link may have changed from the previous meeting. We generally make meetings that shared before.
We make new webinars for each meeting, so it's just a link every time.
With that aside, if you want to jump into the staff presentation for the electronic message board sign text amendment.
All right, thank you very much, Planning Commission. I'm happy to give this presentation. We did draft up a little PowerPoint to run through with you. So let me share it real quick. So, yep, so you should see that. It's kind of, well, let me go to view full screen here. There we go. So first of all, we're talking about the electric message board sign drafted zoning text amendment. So what this does is it allows for it allows for the usage of electronic message board signs in the city. Right now that type of signage is prohibited by the zoning ordinance. And this would be a way to indeed permit it with some special standards attached to it. As proposed, this type of sign could be permitted in the CN SF district, CN mid district, CN district, center district, GC district, HC district, and NC district. The standards surrounding it would entail a maximum size percentage, so it couldn't be more than 50% more of the maximum size permitted in the district. So for example, a wall sign in the GC district is capped at the linear, at a square footage equal to the linear frontage of the building. So let's say a building has 50% of linear front, or 50 feet of linear frontage. A wall sign would be capped at 50 square feet. Then this 50% provision would then cap that at 25 total square feet. So that would be the size of an electronic message board sign. There's also a proposed maximum number provision, so you're only allowed one per lot. So you can't have both a wall sign and a freestanding sign be an electronic message board. The change of message shall not occur more than once every 2 minutes. The light shall not blink or flash, and the message change shall be instantaneous, without any kinds of animations. The illumination shall not exceed 0.3 foot candles at the subject lot line. So that means a lighting plan or details associated with the sign would need to be submitted with a permit to confirm that. The colors shall be monochrome text, and the electronic display area shall be black, just to again try to mitigate that brightness and color nuisance. The sign also shall not be illuminated between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. and the sign shall go dark in the event of malfunction. So we really crafted that text around the policy discussions we had at the January meeting and the December meeting. We're happy to answer any questions. The text, I'd say it's pretty simple text, but does revolve around some pretty important standards to mitigate future problems, in our opinion. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff?
I do have one. I requested a comparison and light readings. Was that fulfilled?
The comparison of light readings.
Yeah, I asked to have the light reading on the message 94 east westbound intersection, that billboard, then also of the one that's at the church at the corner of Huron and Whitaker.
Yeah, you did. I did get your email. I sent you an email back asking for further clarification of what exactly you wanted to read about that. The city.
I wanted the light reading. I wanted the foot candle.
Oh, you wanted the foot. Oh, I thought you meant like you wanted like a light reading of like just how it came to be and whatnot.
No.
Okay,
No.
we could check the permit to see if that had ever been accompanied with any kinds of permits for that billboard. I know those billboards were permitted quite a number of years ago, I believe.
I understand. But that's the reason I wanted the foot candle reading, so I can have a comparison of what we're talking about, because we only talk about a 0 point,
Yeah.
3 reading, a 0.03 reading, foot candle, which is pretty light.
And dig that up if you do think that is, we appreciate the feedback if that's something that you want that information. Just for clarity about the foot candles as well, the reason we settled on that 0.3 is because that's generally I believe that's generally the lighting maximum that a commercial site could infringe on a nearby residential site. So that's kind of established as a goal in the city that, generally we don't want lighting spilling over to above 0.3 foot candles nearby. And we took it even a little bit more stringent by saying from the subject site. So even if there's, even if it's in the front yard, let's say facing a road, and the nearest property is still, 80 feet away, you're still subject to that 0.3 foot candles at your lot line, not the neighbors.
Brian?
I think that actually sort of answers my question. I was gonna ask for some kind of a comparative example of how bright that is.
Well, the foot candle is helpful, right? Like it is 1 candle at 1 foot away from you. And so it is intended to be what an instinctive unit, but that is hard to compare to like an electronic message board.
So for example, a sign at the, let's say the McDonald's on Ecorse, which is permitted, does that comply with this? I also don't know when the last time this was updated was.
I mean, that's really unknown from our,
I mean, it's not like someone's going out with a light meter and reading all these, so.
I would think that light would be pretty bright.
Any other questions for staff on the presentation, Mike?
Do the staff that are in the room now know if the city has a way to, physical way to measure the light and enforce this ordinance?
Right now, I do not believe the city enforcement has a light reading or a light reading measure. So it would be, if the city, so right now that enforcement would be done, obviously at the front end of the process during the permitting. But you're right, there wouldn't be a device right now to go out and measure in the event of a complaint or a alteration to the sign design.
Okay, thanks, Andy.
I think it would be a good time to open the public hearing for the electronic message board text amendment before we get into further discussion of our consideration there. A motion would be in order.
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Mike, support by Brian. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I mentioned earlier that we will have individual public hearings. This one is specific to the electronic message board text amendment. If anybody wishes to comment, please step up to the podium one at a time to do so.
Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Maurice Jordan. I'm a proud member of Second Baptist Church, deacon at Second Baptist Church as well in Ypsilanti, 301 South Hamilton. I want to thank you for allowing us to come and comment on this text amendment. Considering our written comments entered into the record during your December 20th meeting, I'm certain this body already knows where we stand as it relates to the text amendment. You may also already know that Second Baptist has been serving the spiritual, social, and civic needs of the citizens of Ypsilanti for more than 163 years. However, you probably do not know the level of frustration we've experienced trying to let the community know about all of the community-focused services we provide. You name it, we've tried it. Whether it's banners, temporary signs, labeled signs, all kinds of signs, we've tried it, to include petitioning the zoning board for a variance, only to be denied and told that we needed to petition this body to seek a text amendment. I fully understand your focus tonight is not on any anecdotal stories like mine or any others. But I think it was important for you to understand that the current prohibition, EMS sign prohibition, has negatively impacted our ability to effectively communicate in a safe and timely manner. So as I broaden the scope about this and look at it from the citywide perspective, much like you will do tonight, we are confident that a well-written text amendment could offer the regulatory language needed to allow electronic messaging signs to be seamlessly woven into the fabric of our community. This is just as they have been in the communities around us, Ann Arbor, Pittsfield, and Ypsilanti Township, and more. After reviewing the proposed language in the planning department, that the planning department staff and the good folks from Gelfs Webster, Andy and Juliet through thoughtfully drafted for your consideration tonight, we feel it strikes the right balance for the city. If adopted, the ordinance would allow electronic messaging signs while appropriately placing both functional and operational limits on this communication medium. More importantly, perhaps, this amended orders will still align with the guiding values and safety needs of the community as outlined in the city master plan. I'll leave you with this. We will appreciate all of the feedback, all both for and against this text amendment. It's important to note that the public input is valuable, is a valuable part of your decision making. However, this is not a popularity contest by a show of hands, applause, or audience, or the weight of someone's name that weighs in on this argument. However, the weight of this decision tonight must primarily be based on congruency between the ordinance and the master plan. Plans as well as the long-term interest and growth of the diversity of this community. It is far past time for us to do away with the banana principle. I'm sure some of you are familiar with it. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything approach that we've taken with this sign ordinance. Please open it up for diverse use in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many of you know my name is George Waddles Jr. It's my pleasure and honor to serve as pastor of Second Baptist Church of Ypsilanti. Many of you may know that the reason we don't have a sign is because of the changes that happened on Hamilton Street that forced traffic closer to our building, that caused there to be multiple accidents, which eventually took out our sign that we already had, which previously was lit, which previously was electrified, and the repeated number of accidents that impacted that zone have the reason we don't have a sign today. We'd like to be able to let folks know who we are, let them know there's a place of hope, healing, and help called Second Baptist Church of Ypsilanti, just by driving down the street, as any other place in Ypsilanti does. If you walk half a block this way, there's a lighted sign of the kind we want right on that block. I hope you'll hear our consideration and you'll change the language. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Nothing on Zoom?
Let's ask. So if you are on Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to leave a public comment regarding the electronic message boards public hearing. You have 8 to 10. Okay.
Open that comment to the other, these comments.
The sign text? Pardon? Yeah. No hands? Very good. Not seeing any hands, a motion would be in order to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Brian, support by Eric. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I don't know that there's a whole lot of cause for concern in my reading of the proposed text amendment. I think what we talked about in our January meeting is pretty adequately captured in the proposed language. Anything from other commissioners that we want to spend time and attention on before we get to votes?
Yeah, I just want to confirm something, make sure I'm reading the ordinance and this change correctly. So in CNF or CNF and the other CN in the core neighborhood, a permitted residential rental house, would that parcel or use be able to have an electronic message board sign, a freestanding message board sign?
I believe so, at a very tiny level. Let's look up the ordinance here. So you said a CNSF, single family house, for example.
Yes. Yep.
So in the way this ordinance is drafted, that that would be subject to double checking the ordinance right now,
Yeah.
because that's a very good question. They're allowed up to 10 square, they're up to 16 square foot of, actually, that's a non-residential use or group living use.
Right.
So a non-residential use or group living use would be allowed to have up to an 8 square foot freestanding sign in the CNSF zone.
Okay.
The wall sign would be the standards, with 12 feet being the very biggest it could be.
Okay.
That answers your question?
Yep.
Very good. Other commissioners? Okay, let's not further discuss what we already discussed in the January meeting then. Entertain a motion?
I move to recommend that city council approve the proposed text amendment to sections 122-417, 122-422, 122-427, 122-432, 122-442, 122-447, 122-452, 122-462, 122-664 and 122-665 with the following findings. 1, the proposed amendment is consistent with the guiding values of the master plan. 2, the proposed amendment is consistent with the intent of this zoning ordinance. 3, the proposed amendment will enhance the functionality, transportation network or character of the future development in the city. Did I skip one?
No. 4.
4, the proposed amendment will preserve the historic nature of the surrounding area and of the city. 5, the proposed amendment will enhance the natural features and environmental sustainability of the city. 6, the proposed amendment will protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. 7, the proposed amendment will address a community need in physical or economic conditions or development practices. And 8, the proposed amendment will not result in the creation of significant nonconformities in the city.
Support.
Motion by Amanda, support by Phil. Can we get a roll call vote?
Mike Davis Jr.
Support. That's fine. Support.
Commissioner Dunwoody,
Support.
Commissioner Bettis,
Support.
Commissioner Jones Chance,
Support.
Hollyfield.
Support.
No absences.
I'm sorry, you don't need to mention. the
Right.
absence.
No, but you forgot me.
Commissioner Smith,
Support.
Commissioner Shear.
Support.
Support. All right.
Very good. It's unanimous then. Motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to the second item on the agenda for public hearing items. That is the recreational vehicle text amendment. Before we get into that, we do have more folks in the Zoom call, so I would be interested in kind of revisiting the public hearing for the general comment. A motion would be in order to reopen.
Move to reopen public comment.
I support.
Motion by Amanda, support by Eric. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. So for folks on the Zoom call, we didn't have a whole lot of numbers on Zoom earlier when we had the public hearing for general comment to the Planning Commission on items for which a hearing is not scheduled this evening. So we are revisiting that if in case anybody wants to raise their hand and share their feedback on general comment.
And I guess anybody in the room too, right? There's somebody
I
that
don't see
didn't,
why not.
yeah, didn't speak up before.
Public
Yeah.
comment is public comment.
We have one hand raised, we have two hand raised. I don't think I have the ability to allow them to speak. Should- One moment, please.
So I'm gonna allow Steve Pierce, the IPSI, to speak.
Very quickly, thanks for letting me speak. I wanted to thank you for passing the EMA text and changes. I know I was one of the ones that spoke out pretty vehemently about the concerns over this with the ZBA. And I think the way that the city approached it and the way that both the ZBA and Planning Commission approached that was absolutely the right way. And I'm glad that this is moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, I'm gonna let Gary Hannon, speak.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is this for comment on the RV ordinance also?
There will be a separate public hearing for the RV ordinance in just a moment.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll wait for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other general public comment at the moment? Seeing none, a motion would be in order to close the public comment.
So moved.
Motion by Eric, support by Amanda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for entertaining that detour. We can get to the recreational vehicle text amendment. I'll again turn it over to staff for a presentation.
All right. So in recent months, city staff has received some enforcement issues with respect to recreational vehicles, mostly because the ordinance prohibits recreational vehicles from being parked in a required side yard, and they could only be parked in a non-required side yard, which means the location of many driveways in the city were not permissible locations for recreational vehicles. They also are allowed in a non-required backyard. Following discussion with the Planning Commission, we reviewed all of the different regulations and provisions in the ordinance relevant to recreational vehicles to consider the best approach to regulating them while ensuring there's reasonable flexibility to accommodate them in residential neighborhoods in the city. The second part of the discussion also had to do with enforcement with respect to recreational vehicles. There was some concern that vehicles would have some sort of, they'd have a state recreational vehicle license, but they didn't meet the ordinance's definition of recreational vehicle. Because the ordinance defined commercial vehicle based on the state's licensing requirements, we added a licensed recreational vehicle to the definition of recreational vehicle, or that state licensing component. So in the packet in front of you today, we went through each of the regulations currently in the ordinance, the changes that we made, and the reasons, which were discussed pretty in depth with the Planning Commission during that last meeting. And then we have the proposed ordinance in the text, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or hear from the public.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Two tiny items I wanted to bring up. One is that in 122-203 definitions, we added that has a recreational license plate. I see it's an and/or, but there are several types of recreational vehicles, I believe, that use different types of license plates. Just want to bring that up as a concern. And then the other one was in 122-562 recreational vehicles under A. The way that first sentence reads, I think there's a small tweak that you might want to consider. Because it says the parking or storage of recreational vehicles, et cetera, may be parked or stored. I think it should be maybe permitted instead.
I had a similar comment, but I was thinking that the solution might be that we strike the parking or storage from the beginning of that sentence.
Oh.
And we just have recreational vehicles be the subject of the sentence.
Yeah.
I think both of those outcomes gets to the same point. We say the parking of vehicles may be parked, and that part I think is the contradiction. So either vehicles may be parked or the parking of the vehicles may be permitted.
Yeah, I think you can make that language permitted, and include that in the motion. I think the intent there was that, some people would use them, primarily as storage. So I think, instead of going back to park to do that, permitted would probably be the best approach for that. And then with the recreational license plates, there are many different types. I think they all fall under that. With that, there are some licensed recreational vehicle types that don't meet the height and width requirements that we talked about, like that type A, I believe recreational vehicle is going to be like 50 feet and it's going to meet your length requirement. So
That's like, that wasn't the one I was talking about. Like the example that came up for me was the kayak trailer I have at my house, which is licensed as a permanent trailer, not a recreational.
recreational
Yeah,
vehicle.
and according to the state, the way the state does that licensing. So I would look into that.
That
think
was the
when-
reason for that and or.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
That's a great, I was gonna ask, like, is there an issue with the umbrella of would that, never mind, I answered my question.
Can I revisit the comment from 122-562? I just want to make sure that my understanding here, Amanda, of what our update would read: the parking or storage of recreational vehicles, whether or not the recreational vehicle is mounted upon or hitched to another vehicle, including vacant mobile homes, antique or racing automobiles, or any other vehicles of a similar nature and related equipment, may be permitted on any lot in an R1, CNSF, CN Mid, CN MD, or HHS zoning district. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. I did have one other note, just text note in 122-562. The note that we had about however recreational vehicles taller than 8 feet in height must be parked no less than 10 feet. I added B in there. It reads in height must parked, and I think the word B would help.
Oh, yes.
Do you see that section?
Can you say that again?
The sentence currently reads, however, recreational vehicles taller than 8 feet in height must parked no less than 10 feet away from the front lot line. I'm proposing that we add a B just for readability.
Thought you were doing a B as a clause. I was like, wait, what? Okay, all right, that makes a lot more sense.
Any other comments to staff before we open the public hearing?
I just have one in the same section, but C. I think remain unoccupied could be stricken out of there because it does says not to be connected to a sewer facility or a gas. So, but a lot of time people use those as a overflow for their guests. And so I'm just striking that must be unoccupied, but not saying it can be occupied, just eliminate that part of the sentence.
Not sure if I can get on board with that one. I understand what you're saying. I get the logic.
Yeah, it feels like that change might have some repercussions, right? When it comes to occupied buildings on the site.
Does that
We're
mean,
not saying it can be occupied. Just eliminate that section, that's all. Not saying it one way or the other.
so allowing some ambiguity within the ordinance then?
I wouldn't recommend that ambiguousness. I think you want to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, generally, we're only seeing enforcement of that if it is like a nuisance or a problem, right? And so I think we have that ambiguity to lean on, that enforcement of this is not universal. I think I'm comfortable leaving that alone, but I'd welcome feedback from other commissioners.
I think I agree with you, Matt.
Maybe we can discuss that further after the public hearing. Any other questions for staff before we move in that direction? Motion would be in order to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Or
Motion by Mike, support by Phil. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This is our fourth public hearing this evening. This is specific to the recreational vehicle text amendment. If anybody in the room or on Zoom would wish to participate, please step up to the podium or raise your hand in the Zoom meeting and we will selectively unmute folks to share.
Hello, my name's Martin Church. I've been a resident for about 30 years. I've had a recreational trailer in my yard for quite some time, about the last 10 years. During that time period, we had COVID. We had a numberous power outages, some of them lasting as long as 9 days. My trailer served as a backup area in which, one, it was a mobile office. Two, it provided us heat and warmth when none was available because of the loss of power. Not having it in my driveway, 11 feet from the house, makes it very, very difficult to use it as such. I've enjoyed using it as my mobile office. I have a home-based business. When I go somewhere, I take the trailer with me. It's my mobile office. It doesn't stay in the driveway long other than during winter months. So it would be nice to be able to put it back in my driveway, save my expenditures because I'm now retired, and look forward to using this vehicle going around the state and around the country, enjoying the outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Two online. We'll go to Zoom then.
Gary, you should be able to speak now. Can't hear you, Gary.
Maybe we'll move to the second commenter and then revisit Gary's point after. Thanks.
Steve Pierce, the IPSI, allow you to speak.
Good evening. My name is Steve Pierce. I live at 118 South Washington. I'm glad as well that you are looking at this. This has been an area that has caused a lot of consternation with a number of folks that live in this community for many, many years. And I too share, and I don't really, as you were talking about this definition of what is a recreational vehicle as far as the license plating of the vehicle, the point that I wanted to bring up was if this isn't worded correctly, and I think before you do this, there should be some contact with the Secretary of State and the Motor Vehicle Division of the Secretary of State, so that if there are changes that come down in the way that plating is done, that entire sections don't just get thrown out because they don't call them RVs or some other thing. But there are standard terminology used with motor vehicle plating and trailers and that sort of things. And if you use that language, I think it would help to eliminate some of the consternation that we heard earlier from some of the members of the commission. As long as the final rules are not too onerous, especially for people who already have RVs. I can think of one here on South Washington that's been there for nearly 20 years. And so it has not caused harm. And I would hate to see a ruling that suddenly this person would find themselves in violation of an ordinance and subject of enforcement when yesterday it was okay. But I'm glad that you're bringing this forward because I do think it needs to get cleared up. And thank you very much.
Thanks.
Gary, we're going to try again.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello? Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I've had trouble with Zoom before. Anyway, my name is Gary Hannon, and I've submitted information and stuff, for consideration by the planning commission. And, I'm happy to see that Andrew is, city manager, because he was very helpful in forwarding information that I had to the planning commission. And Steve Wilcoxon has been a good liaison between, my concerns and the planning commission. So, I just didn't realize how involved and complex this would become in revising wording. So I'm very appreciative of all the work that you've done. And I'm not going to say anything about any of the specifics, but just to thank the commission and the city staff for putting in all this work on a topic that I think residents of the city will think is a good step forward. So that's all I really need to say. I'm happy with the wording. I was a little surprised that the ownership of the RVs was taken out, but I can see that there's potentially an issue with enforcing that. And the main concern, I think, is making sure that RVs that are parked in driveways are not too large to be obstructive, and that they're maintained in good working order, which is the most important thing. So so I'm satisfied with all of that. So thank you for all the time that you've put in, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other comments on the recreational vehicle text amendment? Hearing none, a motion would be in order to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Brian, support by Phil. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Back to other commissioners then, for thoughts or feedback on either the staff presentation or public comment.
I just have one. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll go for it.
I think the recreational license plate, I think we should just reiterate that it's in the definition section of this, and it has an and/or clause. So I feel that it's acceptable as it's written.
Ryan?
I was going to make the same comment. I can't find, well, nothing comes to mind right now that would sort of not fit in this if something changed at the state level. Plus, there are going to be licenses from other states anyway. So I think everything's pretty well encapsulated in the definition.
Thank you. I suppose the last clarification for a note that I pulled from the public comment about the ownership of the RV, I think the commenter kind of hit it on the head that makes enforcement difficult. It is obviously there's not a lot of logical reason as a planning commission to make a distinction between an RV that is owned by the resident or homeowner and an RV that is owned by somebody else. And so from an enforcement challenge perspective, I would agree that makes sense. I would agree with the language proposed here that it makes sense to strike that. Additionally, I think it is difficult for the language here to distinguish between an existing RV on a site and a proposed RV on a site. And so I know there was some heartburn about that in the comments. I think that what we're proposing here is hopefully a more lenient RV ruling for the city generally, whether that is existing or proposed. With some of those responses, I think everything else in the text amendment besides the items that we talked about before the public hearing adequately capture what we talked about in the January meeting. I don't know that I have anything else that I need to comment on before votes. Thoughts from other commissioners?
I just want to share that the gentleman's concern is straight to what I was my concern. The reason why I wanted to eliminate those words, and that was it. So that was a prime example.
Yeah, I wonder, Phil, if we might talk about that a little bit under new business, because it feels to me like occupying a trailer is a little bit different of a topic than what we're proposing here in like where we are keeping trailers and why. Would you be open to that?
Sure.
Okay. Thoughts from any other commissioners? Very good. I would entertain a motion.
Move to recommend city council approve the proposed text amendment to sections 122-203, 122-560, 122-561, and 122-562 with the following findings, and let's have the findings read into the record. And I so move.
Support.
Like that move. We'll do that more often.
Can I get a clarification? I was having a sidebar. with-
The rest of this just gets put into the record without having to read it out loud.
It is including the proposed text amendments that we discussed
Yes.
as a commission.
Let's do that.
Wait, what?
Yes,
The proposed amendments to the text, including the correction to
with the shall be permitted and
62 with may be permitted and with must be parked.
yeah, you don't have to read the whole thing. Can you imagine how long these would take?
No, because we.
Okay.
Everybody is clear on the motion.
I am.
Do we have a second?
Give a second.
Support that. Okay, motion by Brian, second by Phil. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis Junior,
Support.
Commissioner Shear. Support. Commissioner Dunwoody,
Support.
Commissioner Bettis,
Support.
Commissioner Jones Chance,
Yes.
Commissioner Hollyfield,
Support.
Commissioner Sutton.
No, no, thank you. We don't need to call for the absent members. Sorry, I wasn't sure what you were looking expectantly for. The motion carries. Very good. Thanks. Before we get to public hearing item C, I would entertain a motion to add some occupancy talk to new business on the agenda this evening.
No move. Support.
Sorry, I missed who moved.
I did.
Motion by Eric. Support
Someone copy.
Support.
by Brian. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Moved them. I was like, wait, this someone.
That brings us to public hearing item C, 23 North Washington Special Land Use and Site Plan. We'll turn it over again to staff for a presentation.
So, at 23 North Washington, they are proposing a small distillery with takeout sales of alcoholic beverages. The takeout sales of alcoholic beverages is what makes this a special land use. And along with the review, they did a limited. Some of the existing conditions, it is currently a vacant building. The parcel itself is 0.243 acres. And the storefront occupies approximately 2,105 square feet. Additionally, I do want to point out the parcel, 23 North Washington, it shares a parcel with 17 North Washington. Yeah, so the proposed development is a reuse of the building for a small distillery use, including the takeout sales of alcoholic bottles, distilled alcoholic bottles, produced on premises. Small distilling area in the kitchen, tasting rooms, including ground level bar area and upper level, providing seating for 62 people total. There's also an additional, there's also an accessory office and storage space. For the special use review, some nonconformities are present and may be addressed by the Planning Commission. Use is likely not hazardous, but Planning Commission may wish to ask the applicant to clarify distilling process to ensure safety. Planning Commission may wish to consider trash management plan, lighting plan, and accessibility, bicycle, pedestrian, and ADA details. Planning Commission may wish to confirm details on takeout beverage sales. It is assumed that those will be taking place at the bar area. For the site plan review, some nonconformities are present and may be addressed by the Planning Commission, notably the facade minimum 60% ground floor transparency requirement. Additionally, the windows are, I don't know exactly the exact measurements, but they are required to be from the ground to the bottom of the window 2.5 feet, and it definitely far exceeds that. And additionally, they aren't meeting the 60% ground floor transparency requirement. The remaining area of the site is very small and may be subject to shared access easements with the neighboring property. For the master plan considerations, IPSI is a great place to do business. It's easy to walk, bike, drive, or take transit from anywhere. The region knows Ypsilanti has great things to do, and great places that are in great shape. For the suggested special use motions, we recommend approval with the findings that all new improvements and the proposed use proposed use meets the general intent of section 122-324B. Planning Commission finds that certain nonconformities should be brought into compliance with the zoning ordinance per the special use standards of section 122-324B1. These nonconformities are addressed in the site plan review portion of this review, if Planning Commission wishes to bring nonconformities into compliance. The special use permit shall be granted to the portion of the building and the sites as documented in the limited sites plan and floor plan set dated on February 19th, 2024. And so that's the 23 North Washington part of the 17 North Washington parcel. With the following conditions, that the special use permit approval shall be contingent upon site plan approval. The applicant shall include at least one bike rack to provide accommodation for bicycle traffic per section 122-324B4. In terms of the suggested limited site plan motions, staff recommends approval with the following findings. The limited site plan substantially complies with section 122-311. The special land use standards, section 122-324B1, allows for the consideration of present nonconformities on site. The Planning Commission finds that certain nonconformities should be brought into compliance with the zoning ordinance, if the Planning Commission wishes to. With the following conditions, the applicant should work with the DDA and state on their trash management plan to ensure that they can partake in the downtown dumpster program. The applicant provides a photometric plan for staff to do an administrative review. The facade does not meet section 122-484 commercial frontage requirements. The applicant shall modify the facade to comply with the ground floor transparency and window separation requirements. And the parking arrangement on this application fails to comply with the dimensional requirements and does not include maneuvering. The plan should be revised to show the current parking arrangements without modifications.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Like, with the limited site plans, always get a little bit wonky in my recollection. So primarily, I'm concerned with the facade not meeting section 122-484. So, in this approval, it just suggests that they modify it to comply. If they did that, who is the person? Where's it going to see those changes and have those changes approved? So it would go to staff.
Otherwise, that's your
planning
call. If you would like to see it as an upcoming meeting.
So with the list, this type of site plan review, it could be something if I and others wanted to see it come back for our review, it's within our purview. Can't quite remember, is this section of Washington Street is within the Historic District Commission? Okay. Did you guys have a chance to have any review with Ellen about the historic nature of the building?
There are not any pictures that show the building without the facade being changed for just that time period. So there isn't anything that shows compliance with the current ordinance.
Okay.
But she did mention when we discussed this with her that the Historic District Commission would be all for bringing this into compliance.
Yeah, I noticed this building in particular looked to be not consistent with the rest of the historic character of North Washington Street, especially the ground to floor window and storefront system, I would say. So thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thanks, Matt.
I had a procedural question for my own clarification. You kind of kicked off the presentation with the selling alcoholic beverages for off-premise consumption, making this a special land use. In the zoning ordinance, a microbrewer, small distiller, and small winemaker is permitted by right in center with carryout sales allowed with proper licenses. So we are allowing by right the distillery, and we are allowing by right the carryout sales. Also permitted in the center district is a bar where you can consume those beverages. Which part of that makes this special use?
So if you look at the bottom where it has performance or structures requiring special land use, it says sale of alcoholic beverages for consumption off the premises not otherwise specified above would be a special land use.
That is for not otherwise specified above, but doesn't the small distillery specify this above? Like, doesn't this fit into that small distillery specified above section?
I guess not
It
all
doesn't
small distilleries have carryout sales.
Yeah, it doesn't say in our opinion, it doesn't say in the above sections that it's a carryout as
Mhm.
specified. It's assumed, in our opinion, from reading the ordinance, it's assumed that the consumption is being done on the premises.
Ryan?
I think the issue here is that the ordinance here predates the state allowing off-premises sales and to-go sales for bars, restaurants, distilleries, microbreweries, et cetera. And so it's possible that what's allowed now, like this would not have been an issue before COVID, and now it is. It just doesn't match state law. So I don't think it's bad that it's a special use.
Because
We
we
did
didn't,
one thing for me. I don't drink, so I'm
Sure.
clueless on what do you mean by carry out? You know?
you go in and you buy the bottle of whatever they're distilling and walk out with it without consuming it.
Like individual, like a glass of beer or whatever.
No, I think not. Not
Oh,
In the silk
right.
container.
Probably
You
like-
can do that.
Probably like a,
sealed container.
probably like
You can also do that though. For the record, that's the change.
but we
Guess
don't,
I'm not drinking enough.
but we don't permit open alcohol consumption in our center district.
Right. It has to be sealed.
Yeah.
So
I go in
it
there
doesn't
and get-
necessarily have to be bottled.
So I go in there, I get a cocktail to go, I walk out with it, get in my car, go home, drink it.
Follow all those steps. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Don't crack it in your car.
Yes, clearly it's open at home.
Hey.
Yeah, I guess.
Uh,
Can you share the zoning ordinance on the screen? Would you mind just for discussion? Because I understand the intent of the zoning ordinance as you're interpreting it. It is not the way that I read that. So I just want to have that kind of text in front of us as we're discussing this among the commission.
So while they're doing that, Matt, so are you thinking that we don't even need to look at this but as a special use?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in feedback of other commissioners, but the way that I look at the permissible uses in center, this sure seems like it doesn't need us to vote on it.
And if it doesn't need us to vote on it, does it still need a limited site plan?
I'd have to. Mm,
I see Julia.
I'm
right-
getting
shaking her
no's.
hand no.
I wasn't ready for that one.
Yeah, sorry, pop quiz.
I guess it has to do with the intensity. Because they're increasing in intensity in a way that would increase traffic, parking, affluent. There's a few other things on the list. that
Mhm.
would have to be on the site plan.
I think 60, I feel like 60 seats bar space would definitely change the intensity.
Right. Site plan and special use, though, not necessarily hand in hand here.
Right, right.
Right. So the way that I read this, a microbrewer, a small distiller, a small winemaker is permitted by right in center district with the specific regulation that carryout sales are also allowed with proper licenses. That feels very specific to the site plan that we're looking at right now.
Hmm.
Exception to that on the next page reads sale of alcoholic beverages for consumption off the premise not otherwise specified above is a special use. I feel like the use that we're talking about is specified above, so I don't think that applies here.
Oh,
I feel like I have to read this ordinance
uh,
and interpret it differently to not agree with what you just said. Like
was-
I have to interpret it to,
Hit me with that. Hit me with that one more time.
I
Be less
feel like I have to interpret this as needing a special land use rather than being permitted. I think you're actually totally right. I'm having trouble finding why this would not be a permitted use. Looking at this text that's in front of us.
Yeah, it sounds like staff disagrees with us entirely. Opinions from staff?
When reading it, I believe the interpretation was because it's carryout sales allowed with proper licenses, and that proper license is the further special land use.
Oh,
I mean,
I don't know that
proper
we've ever
licenses
referred
and-
to like a special use as a proper license. Have we?
there's an interpretation that needs to be made on what license, what constitutes license.
Brian?
Actually, I have another question. Is why do we have a distinction, and what is the distinction here between a carryout sale and a sale for off-premise consumption? I mean, I know how the state would define that, and I don't think that's what we mean here. Are we meaning those to be the same, or no?
Oh, that's an interesting thought.
I see the point that Commissioner Dunwoody's making here. I do think in zoning, when there are conflicts, you usually go with the stricter when you have confusing language. And and I'm trying to think back at, when we made this interpretation that it needs to go before special land use. But I believe that was part of our interpretation as well, is that there's a little bit of conflicting language here, and the fact that there's a separate line item, separate use type of sale of alcoholic beverages for consumption off the premises not specified above is a bit contradictory to that.
Brian, can I go back to your question really quick? What do you see as the distinction between a carryout sale and consumption off premises?
So I think here there probably isn't one, because I don't think this dates far enough back to when the state changed this rule. So a carryout sale is, let's say you've got a cocktail, you put it in a to-go container, like a single serving, and you put some kind of a seal over it, and the person can carry that out. Now it's still off premise consumption, but it's carry out. It's a prepackaged good. So an off premise sale would be, if I bottle something and then you take the entire bottle. So that's different than a single serving, but that's also can also be allowed with the proper licensing or permit. I don't think that's a distinction here, because that allowance did not exist when this was written. And so I'm curious why we have different language, and I guess we don't know what the intent is. So if that's the case, then, staff is telling us that we need to take the more strict approach, but
Yeah, the distinction that you're making doesn't feel significant from a planning perspective.
Maybe the question is staff's understanding of the business operations. Based on what you just said, Brian, I'm wondering if there's a difference between selling distillery products for carryout and selling consumable cocktails to be purchased in the store and walked out with and consumed.
yeah. So let's say I had a alcohol manufacturing business that was taking up, that 51% of the space is being used to manufacture the product, and only 49% is being used to serve it in-house, like with a tap room or something like that. That makes us primarily manufacturing. If you flip-flop it, then you're primarily not manufacturing, and that could cause an issue with the zoning. The manufacturing route is much easier.
So if your interpretation, if we were all agree with it, is there a significant issue with proceeding with the special land use to, as staff said it, ensure proper, just covering ourselves in safety with regards to the ordinance?
I defer the question to staff.
Okay, let me add a clause to that. Are we within our rights to disregard the special use permit tonight and only review it for the limited site plan? Or do we have to have a separate meeting for that?
Well, if this weren't a special use, the site plan would not be subject to planning commission review.
It would,
It
but
would as a
More
more
intense
intense
use.
use. But you would not be able to condition certain nonconformities being brought into compliance, because of that. That's a special use standard thing. So, there is some importance on whether or not you should wait as a special land use, or the other option is you don't compel them to bring up nonconformities because of the nature of the low intensity or the adequate compatibility of the use with other properties.
Okay.
And the nonconformities are the storefront, the ground floor transparency.
Right.
So I would say worst case scenario for the applicant, if it's approved, would be if we take the more strict approach that we approve it with conditions. And if it turns out we're wrong, then they don't have to meet those conditions. I think as far as the applicant's concerned, if we take the more strict approach, I mean,
You make they don't have to meet the requirements sound like
What I mean is-
like smooth decision there, but
No,
that
no, no,
does
I
feel
guess-
more like a lawsuit in
I
practice.
I guess that's possible. I mean,
Andy,
so maybe we should figure out if we're right or wrong first.
I would think. I'm trying to think if I'm trying to do some research on if planning commission has the power to interpret the ordinance live on the go during the meeting. Usually it's the staff's responsibility, to my knowledge, to interpret the ordinance.
Right.
I mean, as well as can staff interpret it as you go at a meeting. I would think that
I don't think it is, Andy. I think, don't we have special requirements for public hearings?
you do, so because we noticed for it to be a public hearing and
Sure.
the case was broadcasted that way as a special land use, I think a public hearing should be held.
and we should vote on it. And our our options here are to vote on the special use and require nonconformities to be brought into conformance in a way that might not actually stand if we agree at a later review that
Yes.
it's not necessary. Or our alternative is to table this and get legal review prior to our April meeting.
You could approve the site plan and then we could do that prior to the April meeting. And just ensure that no further review is necessary or have some sort of legal opinion on how we should move forward with the special use. So you could approve the site plan as presented tonight. However, before you know whether or not the special use nonconformity provisions are lawful or not, you probably shouldn't condition any non-conforming compliance during your site plan.
You're saying the site plan review recommendations are not recommended by staff based on our hesitations here?
Correct.
Okay.
Based on some of our hesitations, maybe not everybody has those hesitations.
Yeah, you're right. You also can't approve you can't approve a site plan for a special land use before you approve the special.
I am struggling to understand, like, if I'm off base in my interpretation here. Can I input from other commissioners? I think we've heard from Mike and we've heard from Brian. Other opinions on this? Nothing?
The way that I'm reading it matches up with how you are reading right now.
Okay.
We'd make that section a little bit bigger.
Sorry,
I just want to be sure
Wasn't my intent to throw a wrench in this whole
Well,
proceeding, but
I think the proper way to do it would be to find that the special land use is not required by the planning commission's authority to make decision on special land use. If that's an interpretation that you planning commission wishes to make, I do think it's probably necessary to just find that the special land use is no longer applicable. And then you can't use that in your site plan condition, and you would approve the site plan as just a site plan review.
okay. A site plan review, but a site plan review that has no authority to comment on.
Bringing non-conformities into compliance.
Okay. What do we comment on for a site plan? We can't comment on
I mean, you
nonconformities.
can cite if you can cite any site plan standards if you have an issue about nuisance or compatibility with uses or any of those concerns. Those site plan standards are found in, I think, 311.
Okay.
Subsection, or 122, 311.
Okay.
But in terms of bringing up the site plan, like dimensional standards, I would think you no longer have that special use ability to stand on bringing things to. So you need to find that there is for example, I can bring up the text right now. You need to, if you would wish to bring something into compliance, you would first need to find that whatever issues you have are related to the standards for site plan review and sketch plan review of 122, 311, and make the connection that way. However, from a staff perspective, I think it's usually best to proceed with these unless you find something very strongly to affect one of these discretionary standards. It's probably not necessary to use them to bring something into compliance. For example, if you see that there's a direct hazard or compatibility issue with the property next door, then you can cite them. But I just find it being very strong and potentially burdensome on the applicant to cite one of these standards.
There is something about restoration of historic structures though, and it says that the same thing that it says about special land uses, that all reasonable attempts to editing or the nature of the structure in the restoration project. So I guess if an interior remodel is a restoration project, then perhaps that still does apply in this circumstance. Yeah, we got it.
Sorry. So in the nonconformity section of the ordinance, there is a caveat that when there's a restoration of a historic structure as designated as historic by the Ypsilanti Historic District Commission, but it has not been destroyed or abandoned. So I think that's fine. Never mind.
Okay.
This is the problem with interpreting on the spot, so. I don't think that would apply then.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about interpreting on the spot. Brian.
I hate to suggest this because a lot of work goes into coming here with a site plan. So would it be appropriate to maybe table these two items until we have some clarity? Because I mean, I hate for all the work to have been done to apply, but I also would hate someone to try to comply with something that there's no need for them to comply with.
Yeah, that is an interesting thought. We did notice the public hearing. We still should take public input on it. But then let's maybe read that as a potential outcome here.
I'm also curious if there's like undue burden on the applicant table. Are they here to comment on
The
that?
applicant is here, so you may.
Well, which is more of an undue burden, right? The undue burden of a month or the undue burden of a new storefront?
We are in the habit of welcoming the applicant to kick off our public comment. So I think with no further ado, a motion would be in order to open the public hearing.
Moved.
Support.
A motion by Mike, support by Eric. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll start with the applicant then, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium and sharing your comments with the planning commission.
All right. My name's Scott Schoonover and looking to start Water Tower Distilling Company. And I guess my comments are, as I was reading everything, I kind of read things the way the commission did at first as well of, we're planning to sell bottles that are sealed, heat sealed and everything to take home just, like a retail store. So, it wouldn't be necessarily for everyone just walking around the street drinking and stuff like that. So not like to-go drinks or anything like that. In terms of which way of the fence we fall on in terms of the planning thing, having to wait another month is not ideal, but having to redo a storefront is probably a 3-figure or a 6-figure deal. That building is over 100 years old, so I have no idea whether it can even, the facade can support being redone without having to be completely taken down and back up. And if that's required, that will bankrupt us before we even open up. So if given the choice, I'll take the month and hope that we still get to open up the business in that location. So what other questions do people have?
I think you answered the most important one for me. Any other questions for the applicant?
I just want to make sure I understand. It's a distillery with carryout and a bar.
Yes, it's technically considered an on-premises tasting room by the state of Michigan. So
Okay.
if you're ever looking for, the things to tie up back to on-premise tasting room and, the majority of, actually, I don't know a distillery in the state that was not allowed to also sell their bottles at the location where they produce at. So it seems that that's pretty standard with everyone's approval, but yeah.
Other questions? Very good. Thanks. Any other public comment on the special land use and site plan at 23 North Washington? Please.
I'd like to make a comment. Thank you, Scott. My name's Ted Badgerow, and I run the Ipsy Ale House down there, and we've been licensed through the MLCC for 10 years. And in the legislation passed in the 1990s, allowing for small distillers and small brewers, consumption is allowed on the premises, or you may package and have it removed by people. But in the city of Ypsilanti, unless there is further legislation to allow people to drink on the street or even the street side tables in a patio is verboten. So we have a patio, but it is technically another room in the brewery. But you may not take an open drink out of any, as far as I.
Thank you. Any hands on the Zoom?
I don't see any hands. I just want to remind everyone to use their microphones. We had some complaints online.
Thanks. Motion would be in order to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Or
Motion by Brian, support by Phil. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Back to our discussion. I think that the feedback from the applicant suggests to me that if we are unclear on our authority or necessity to vote on the site plan, that tabling feels appropriate to me. I'd welcome any thoughts from staff and or other commissioners.
I think we stopped tabling and started postponing. I can't remember why we did the difference.
Because if you table, you have to address it in the same meeting, I think.
That's,
You need to take it off the table.
God, just city council.
so we need to
Thanks for that.
postpone.
I should have deferred to our parliament.
Either is fine, parliament. It's just, you get it back onto the discussion.
Thanks. Staff?
I have nothing else to add. I think that that's probably the proper way to deal with this now that we have what sounds like a definitive interpretation.
Okay. Definitive is a strong word. a motion would be in order to postpone the special use and site plan for 23 North Washington.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Amanda, second by Mike. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Abstain.
You can't-
Motion carries.
One other thing here,
I didn't think you
in
could
the
have said-
122-477, under lat width, is that a typo?
Wait, what? Did I break a rule?
Can I say that one more time?
122-477, under lot width, is that a typo? Yeah. I was like, well,
In the packet?
yeah,
Oh, in the packet.
but it looks like it's straight out of the,
Page 40 in the packet?
Yeah.
Is that the one you're looking at?
yeah, otherwise figure 7. Looks like there's comma that shouldn't be there, or 0 is missing.
Oh, the side setback?
Oh, yeah, there's.
The lot
that
width.
weird. Maximum lot width should probably be 60, I would think.
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
Yeah.
that must be
somehow
a
7
typo.
got.
Yeah, that shows up both at lot width and side
Side
setback.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
Figure that future reference.
Way bigger.
Right.
Okay. Moving. Good.
Can I make another motion regarding the site plan?
Let's
First motion was to postpone both votes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I wanted to see because the packet looks like it is a snapshot from the ordinance. I wanted to make sure that we don't have an issue in the ordinance that we need to discuss as well. With Phil's finding of the extra digit.
I don't think so. I think that was just a staff report.
Yeah, all of those items are not being changed because it's an existing structure. So anything not changing is not, has no bearing on compliance.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, I believe that concludes our business for 23 North Washington. We'll move on to item D in our public hearings, 124 Pearl, 136 North Washington, planned unit development and site condominium. We'll turn it over again to staff for a presentation.
Thank you. Andy, you want slides? Andy and I are going to give you a joint staff report for this one. It is pretty long, so please bear with us. I'm going to start by introducing the project. This is 120 and 124 Pearl Street. It's a planned unit development and site condominium development. It's an existing 6-story office building with a 1-story commercial building on the site and a newly proposed 6-story mixed-use building. My screen, okay. The site currently includes 2 buildings. Building number 1 is the historic Centennial Building, which is a mixed-use building that has ground floor restaurant and commercial and office above. The building number 2 is a historic commercial building. It's a retail building that's 1 story and 394 square feet. This site is located at the northwest intersection of Pearl and Washington Street. It's just shy of 3/4 of an acre, 0.647 acres. Includes a parking lot with 44 spaces presently. They're mostly to the north of the Centennial Building. There are some to the east. There's 2 curb cuts on North Washington Street and 2 curb cuts on Pearl Street. However, one of those curb cuts is presently obstructed by some outside stairs. That curb cut is also used for access by the cable companies to the antennas on the rooftop of the building, so it's still needed. Pedestrian access to both buildings is on Pearl Street. Next slide, please. The proposed development is to maintain buildings number 1 and 2 and construct a new 6-story building in the area used for parking north of building number 1, and that would be called building number 3. This building will include 1,450 square feet of retail, 1,062 square feet of amenity and lobby space, and that includes a gym and fitness facility. There's 60 residential units, which is comprised of 25 studio apartments and 35 one-bedrooms. There's a rooftop green space, second floor balconies facing north, pedestrian access along the Washington Street frontage. And if you can move to the next slide. The proposed development, it includes a reconfiguration of the parking and construction of a new underground parking garage. The garage will include 21 spaces, including 1 standard barrier-free space, 2 EV charging spaces, and 1 car share space. The surface parking lot will include 9 spaces with 1 barrier-free van space, 3 car share spaces, 2 EV charging spaces. And the parking lot will be configured in a one-way direction using the existing curb cuts. The proposed development will be a site condominium. A site condominium allows structures to be owned separately with general common elements, and those are legally designated through a master deed. Planned unit development allows departures from the zoning ordinance upon approval by the Planning Commission and seeks to accomplish an innovative, higher quality development that aligns with the master plan goals. So here's just a zoom in of the zoning map showing where the site is. It is in the center district and it's surrounded predominantly by adjacent center district uses. So I'm going to go through some of the items to be addressed in the site plan and happy to answer any questions and zoom in as we go. So feel free to stop me because there is a lot tonight. So I know we're not going to have the general discussion, but if you want to, look at something closer, anything like that, please let me know. So to begin, we reviewed the building type standards. It's being reviewed as a CL commercial large building, or commercial mixed use large building. In the building type standards, they meet all of the building type requirements. However, the commercial frontage does have some non-compliance issues, and the applicant has requested departures as a result. That includes the distance between openings, the ground floor transparency, and the frontage requirement. And so, as you can see on that building frontage, the ground floor transparency is about 43%. The requirement's 60. Distance between openings, I think, is 6 feet or so, and it's supposed to be 2. And the frontage requirement is the frontage of the entire lot, which includes the Centennial Building and the curb cut. And Andy will go more into depth on each of the departures and the reason for them, but I'm simply explaining why they're not meeting that standard. So the next thing we looked at was the building location and site arrangement. Most of the items that came up here had to do with the lighting. There is two of the light poles are proposed off-site, directly east of the property. And so we believe that those need to be relocated on the property. In addition, some of the foot candle rings in the rear property appeared across the property line, although it also notes 0.2 foot candles. So we just want to make sure that it's conditioned and clear that the rear property line cannot exceed 0.5 foot candles, which is the requirement in the ordinance. And any excess illumination in the right of way would need a departure. However, it does appear that they're meeting 0.5 foot candles, which is that maximum. The next slide. So with site access, traffic, and parking, there's quite a bit more to talk about here. So we do need additional information on truck turning within the site. Sorry, the image shown here is the first floor and second floor plan because there's also comments on the parking garage. But if you need me to slide back to the main site plan, we can. The truck turning radius that we were that came with the application that the Planning Commission received was drawn on a architectural sheet that did not have a landscape bed. That was also shown on the civil engineering sheets that we received. I believe the applicant intends to correct that. However, the truck turning templates on the plans that the Planning Commission received had that discrepancy in them, and we need to see that more clearly. We also need to see truck turning going through the ingress and egress of the driveway. The stair number 2, which is the stairway in the parking garage, there's no pedestrian access or pathways throughout the site. That's because it's an emergency egress door. So we need it to be clearly labeled on the plans as for emergency egress only, with signage and alarm sounding to go along with it. We need, there is a 10-foot setback requirement for parking lots. However, waivers can be granted by the planning commission upon a finding that there's a landscape wall, which they've provided. And Andy will go more in depth on that waiver. There's no barrier-free van space provided for building number 3. The barrier-free van space on the site is in the east of the Centennial Building, but there's no accessible path from that location to the new structure, building number 3. Somebody presumably who was in a wheelchair would then have to go all the way around the Centennial Building to the front of that building to enter, because there's no pedestrian paths on the interior of the site. We do recommend that the applicant provides additional bicycle parking to serve the public as a PUD benefit. Although there's bicycle parking within the newly proposed building, this could only be accessed by residents. And we feel it's important, especially given the limited parking on this site, to serve the tenants and businesses within the Centennial Building, as well as members of the general public. The applicant has proposed using a car share service, and that is to be able to accomplish parking reduction, which is offered through the ordinance. However, we want to confirm information on the car share service to granting that reduction. So we want to make sure that Planning Commission includes a condition that additional information on the car share service is required. The next slide. So there's several departures relevant to site access, traffic, and parking. As mentioned earlier, Andy will go more in depth on the reason for these departures. However, I'm sorry, it's cut off by the screen.
I moved it on my screen and it just stays there, so there's nothing I can do about that, sorry.
It says departure is needed for, what is the first departure?
We're backing out directly on the
Okay,
road.
so there is an angled parking space. The first angled parking space requires backing out in a manner that would either conflict with sidewalks or potentially require backing out directly onto the street. And the ordinance requires parking in a manner that backing out in this way on a public street is not permitted. Departure is needed for traffic visibility. The ordinance requires a traffic visibility triangle of 10 feet. So the hypotenuse of 10 feet on either side. At driveways, there is that vision clearance, and you can see it in the corner where those triangles are on the Pearl Street entrance. However, on the Washington Street entrance, there is no visual clearance. It is a one-way, so that's only for egress, for ingress. Departure is needed for the parking lot landscape island. A landscape island is required at the ends of parking lots. And so on the east side of the building, of the Centennial Building, there's no landscape islands, and neither around that angled parking. Departure is needed for the required parking wall buffer. So a 3-foot buffer is required between the front of vehicles and the wall, and a 1-foot buffer is required between vehicle and adjacent walls. And I believe that those issues occur in the ground floor of the parking garage. And departure is needed for the parking dimensional requirements. This, I believe, is something in the ordinance that the planning commission should address at a later time, and I'll let Andy address that further, but the tiers of parking are the width measure for a single space and a single angled space and tier of parking does not meet that calculation that's required in the ordinance. And the measure of two tiers of 90-degree spaces and the maneuvering also are not consistent with what is required from the ordinance. As far as waste management goes, we feel that there's still a lot of additional information needed to determine compliance with functionality on the site. The applicants proposed using several 4x4 bins that wheel out, and they will be picked up by a waste management company. The bins need to be wheeled out by the property manager before and after pickup. On the site, there's only one location designated for bins, although they have 4 bins proposed inside. There's additionally 1 bin inside of an enclosure behind the Centennial Building intended for the Centennial Building. This bin is reduced in size from the current dumpster, but we have no capacity calculations for the Centennial Building, only capacity calculations for the proposed new building. In addition, the applicant suggested that more than and bins in excess of the 1 bin that need to go outside to be rolled out for trash day would either go in the snow storage area or along the grassy area to the and the eastern portion of the site. And we would want to see that those bins are actually able to fit there, given the tight maneuvering through the site, that they don't create obstructions for traffic, and that there's adequate storage. And in addition, the snow storage space does serve a functional role during the winter months. So we feel that this is not an adequate location for those bins to be stored. The other location is near an emergency egress route, so we'd need to know that there's at least 5 feet width for egress from that stairwell. In addition, the proposed enclosure, we need to see those details for our garbage enclosure. We need it to be on a concrete pad. We need to understand what kind of garbage vehicle will be coming onto the site, if it's side loading, front loading, or rear loading. We need confirmation that the bins will not create obstructions on site and their mechanism for ensuring they don't roll. We need the additional, as mentioned, the outdoor storage locations of the plan. The plan for management, which includes the property manager rolling them out and bringing the bins back in, should be discussed by the planning commission, as this mechanism could result in enforcement issues where bins are left out. Under the zoning ordinance, bins are required to be stored in an enclosure. So our concern is the potential that the management company isn't bringing the bins in and out. Then you have bins that are stored outside, not in an enclosure. So we also want to discuss enforcement with the applicant to ensure that that would not become an issue. One recommended strategy might be to request a secondary plan indicating where garbage would be stored on site and which parking spaces would be removed, or other changes that would be needed to accommodate trash stored outside should enforcement become a problem on this site. And we would like the calculations for the Centennial Building in light of the reduced capacity bin. As far as screening and landscaping goes, we would like to see, so easements are likely needed for construction and maintenance of the structure on all of the property lines where there is a 0 lot line wall. So that includes the eastern and northern property lines as as a part of the construction process. They will need to enter those sites, or otherwise the applicant should describe how they can construct the building without accessing the neighboring property. Additional information is needed on the landscaping, just the planting details for the trees internal to the site. They provided street pits, but not just conventional trees, and maintenance notes as well. We want to ensure that they coordinate with DPS regarding appropriate species for street trees. And a fee in lieu is needed for the tree reduction that's being requested. In addition, a PUD departure is requested for site landscaping, that there's reduced landscaping on this site, and it's supposed to be 10% of the site, I believe. And other waivers to consider include the screening of electrical equipment. They do have electrical equipment in the right of way, and I don't believe there's any other location viable for it. And the street tree requirement may be waived. In addition to the items that we've just discussed, additional approvals are needed. They've already received their HDC approval. The DPS and fire department have reviewed these plans, and I believe they've gotten cursory confirmation from Yucca, but I'm not, that's going to be a condition, so. And then I will hand it to Andy.
All right, great. Let's talk about the site condominium proposal now. So conceptually, the applicant is applying to split the lot through a site condominium process where they aim to have 3 separate condominium units outlined by the footprints of the buildings. There would then be a shared vehicular access, surface parking, kind of remaining general common element space to our knowledge. To our knowledge, the individual condo lots will not share utilities. They'll have their own utilities. The applicant proposes that 124 Peace Plaza's management will maintain the services on the site in the general common element area that's shared. The applicant states that they will work with the city during construction, just regarding parking and construction staging. In that the following construction, they will largely just need the space on site to park. Regarding items that are really helpful for the site condominium review, it'd be really helpful to see confirmation that the remaining area not labeled in the site condominium concept plan addendum will be indeed general common element space, consistent with the applicant's written narrative. There should be confirmation that there will be no stricter use or occupancy restrictions than what the zoning ordinance allows. I think that that's kind of assumed. They're going through the planned unit development process, so uses are considered during that process. I don't believe they wish to restrict usage through the condominium process. However, clarification around the condominium association who's responsible to conduct those general common element maintenance and repairs into the future should be provided. It's really helpful to see that stuff in some sort of conceptual master deed. We don't always know that 124 Peace Plaza will be on the site, so we need to know who's maintaining this into the future, what kind of shares are being kind of coordinated between the condominium units to provide that that maintenance into perpetuity. We have to make sure that all condo shareholders are granted access to the utilities within the general common element area For example, if building 3 needs to do repairs, or any of the building needs to do repairs, and they need to rip up some of the pavement or some of the general common element area, that is indeed something that's allowed through the condominium association. Just prior to an application going to council, if applicable, if you do find that the case, then we do absolutely need a separate plan sheet that exactly identifies the site condominium subdivision per the standards of the ordinance in terms of setbacks, distance of building lines, those type of dimensional requirements, as well as a draft master deed in terms of concepts for administrative review, so that the city planning staff as well as city attorney's office can coordinate with the applicant about that before it gets sent to city council. Going to speak about the PUD departures now. So the first departure we want to discuss is the required frontage build out. So the commercial mixed use large building requires a 90% frontage build out. They propose 69%. It is a pretty high number, considering the fact that they provide an access drive in the middle that kind of does serve a key purpose to the site's performance, as well as having some landscaping, hedge area in the front as well as a patio space. So that frontage build out is extremely hard to meet in terms of new development, especially if you want to provide an access driveway to get places within the site. The commercial frontage, commercial private frontage design type. So what's usually required is that there's a maximum wall area of 2 feet in width between window openings on a facade. They provide up to 6 feet 8 inches. Staff does understand this to be the case as part of this development. This has gone before the HTC. HTC has approved it. To our knowledge, through HTC minutes and through conversations with the applicant, the HTC does like the kind of the repetitions between the Centennial building and the proposed design. So, a curtain wall type of full-on first-story facade, might not be as appetizing to HTC. So, to our knowledge and through the applicant's design, it does appear to be a very high-quality design that has proportions and repetitions that is similar to that of the Centennial building. And along with the same concept is the ground floor transparency requirements. It'd be great to get 60%. However, with those kind of proportions that they're trying to match on the Centennial building, they've gotten to the 43%. And the HEC has approved the concept of this frontage design. So there is the fact that the usual authority in really specifying this, in scrutinizing facade details, has provided an approval. Yes, there is a zoning ordinance that has requirements as well, but this has been discussed at HTC. The lighting levels. So as Julia mentioned in the site plan process, so there is a little bit of unclarity here. It'd be nice to hear a little clarity from the applicant and through an understanding of the photometric plan. It does look like there is it looks like there's inherently going to be more than 0.5 foot candles at the property lines, both rear and potentially front. The front rings at the front of the site where it abuts North Washington. Generally, staff thinks that that's not necessarily staff thinks that that's a relatively appropriate departure, just for making sure the building's well lit. It's the entryway for residents at all times. So it doesn't look that high above 0.5, if anything. So It's more the rear that staff is currently concerned about. And a lot of that might just be more clear and more accurate details on the plans. The traffic visibility. So this is a standard that's really interesting and really hard to implement in a downtown. It's a really kind of a suburban natured standard where you're asking for at least 10 feet of clearance at every driveway to make sure that a vehicle can, turn really easily into a site. There's plenty of places downtown that have a wall built right up to a driveway. It's really, yeah, the building design could potentially cut that and lose a little bit of space, but that combined with the fact that actually the one-way drive is going into the site from Washington, thus the general traffic movements will actually have clear vision, is a reason we recommend the departure be granted. Julia talked a little bit about the fact that first westernmost space north of the Centennial Building will be backing up onto the public sidewalk, which is unlawful by the ordinance. So the ordinance prohibits the backing up onto a street or a public walkway, and it does do that just with the first spot being so close. So staff is not favorable towards that. That could result in some clear conflicts with pedestrians, and the fact that it is also a proposed EV charging station could mean that there is a little bit maybe more in and out activity. Somebody looking to quick get a charge for 20, 30 minutes while they go shop means that they might back out a little more frequently. And I think that creates a dangerous situation. The barrier-free standards. So the applicant proposes one barrier-free space that serves the new structure. And that's on the Centennial, on the current general common element proposed space. However, there's not a barrier-free space in the building, which will be a separate legal lot at some point. So van space, that is. They have a barrier-free space, but it's the smaller, reduced non-van space. So because it's going to be a separate legal lot or condominium unit someday, we do want to see a van space be provided in there for access. The landscape island at the parking islands, there's not one at the eastern end of the row north of the Centennial Building. Staff is generally understanding of that request, just because it does appear that will be utilized as part of the trash dumpster bin loading areas, and with just so much space, at a premium on the site, and probably a little bit more difficulty for nice plants to grow there so close to the building, it's probably a reasonable request. There's the parking space distance to wall standard. There's a required 3 feet in between a curb and in between a wheel stop to the wall that's nearest to it. They have about 2 feet at its closest points. 3 feet's required. It does look like they have 24-foot wide maneuvering lanes. So that's beyond the 22 required. So it does look like you could actually reduce that on each side by just reducing the maneuvering lane. However, staff sees that an ability to get kind of meet compliance here rather than ask for the departure. However, there may be a reason unknown to us that the applicant is proposing this, and you may need to listen to their findings on it. Parking space dimensions. So the width of the space is required to grow by 1 foot in width when you're right next to a wall. Technically, they don't meet that just for the fact that there's columns that are right next to the wall, and they are about 1 foot by 1 foot concrete support columns, I believe, that are protecting the integrity of the building. So it actually opens up when you move away from those columns. So you actually get more width when the column's not right there. So it's just the fact that there's columns there next to the spaces. They're 9 feet. 9 feet at the at the point from the column to the next parking stripe, but it does go approximately a foot or two beyond that in width when you're outside of that column. The parking dimensions. So there's the ordinance standard requires what's called a distance, or they require a distance on total width of 2 tiers of parking plus the maneuvering lane. That standard is 62 feet, which is a fairly wide width, and it doesn't even, when you do the math of the required 20-foot wide space actually, when you do the math of 18-foot space length plus a required 22 minimum maneuvering lane width plus the second tier's 18-foot wide space, that actually adds up to 48 and not 62, but the ordinance just requires another 4 feet. I assume to just provide for larger space, and I think staff thinks that that's pretty unreasonable when you're in a downtown to require that really wide of parking standards. The other aspect of this of the parking standards are that there's a requirement for 1 tier plus the maneuvering lane when those spaces are spaced or are angled at 45 degrees. And that requirement is 36 degrees of total distance. They are proposing 33, and they believe that they have completely proper access in and out of those spaces. And so along the same lines of just working with smaller spaces, staff is understanding of that request. So because of this is a PUD, there needs to be a community or public benefits aspect to the development. So the applicant needs to provide a public benefit to the users of the site as well as the public at large. So in staff's belief, the new housing type and just more housing units downtown at a time of need is indeed a key benefit to this. The rooftop garden and open space provided on that top rooftop floor do look like a great amenity for the residents to relax on, hang out on, socialize on. And the fitness center as well encourages a healthy lifestyle and healthy active lives that I think do provide a lot of benefits for the residents on site. So there are, as I stated in this analysis, and as Julia stated as well, there are some very key lack of information aspects to this to the application as provided. So one of the considerations we compel you to discuss with the applicant is the future use of the Centennial Building. The Centennial Building is a historic building. We want it reused, and the city wants it reused and repurposed in whatever ways, with the understanding that offices in all over society are kind of declining. We want to make sure the Planning Commission is planning and discussing with the applicant any potential future uses of it and how it could be activated in the event that offices are continuing to decline. We, as staff, also understand that there is a very diminished loading and unloading ability on this site for the existing Centennial Building. There used to be much more space to unload and load on site, and a lot of that's been taken away, and the applicant is providing on their plans to work with the city to put that in the right of way on the street. However, that needs approval through city council as a traffic control order to grab some of that space for their use. And then the other aspect of it is that there's, it does look like on their plan that it does exceed the property line extended into the northern property. And through discussions with Department of Public Services, that would not be allowed, because Department of Public Services needs to be able to approve a curb cut in a neighboring property someday if one is presented, and such a loading space would block that property's right to add such. The waste management is a really important concern that Julia kind of went over. There's just some logistical there's some unclear processes proposed. Staff has concerns about the fact that the application says 4 bins will be taken out of the building and loaded onto a truck during trash day. However, it's really not known whether that's side, whether that's front, where those are going on site on, superimposed on a plan. It's just, it's really unknown where those trash cans will be. And as Julia stated, there's a lot of concern about enforcement and making sure that there are no nuisance issues or just unsightly issues of trash cans rolling around on the site if there's lack of attendance to them. I'm going to skip the master plan till the end because I do want to discuss the impact on surrounding properties. So one of the review standards of PUDs requires that the applicant have unified control at all times of the property. I just want to preface a public comment that was submitted not long ago, but there are potential issues through a potential prescriptive easement that the neighboring property may have. We'll read the public comment in a moment, but that poses a big issue on the fact that a prescriptive easement could indeed diminish the applicant's ability to have unified control in the entire site and build it to plan. And broadly, I think it's super important for Planning Commission to consider the master plan. So it's very clear that housing is very much supported by the master plan, and it's a need in the city. So staff is indeed really on board with this idea from a staff perspective. Providing housing downtown is awesome. It's just a lot of these logistical details and function details of the site should be considered by the Planning Commission, and it's staff's opinion that a lot of information should still be provided and is needed to be provided for Planning Commission to make a thorough and appropriate, adequate review. So with that, we do provide 2 sample motions. We do provide in the staff report a potential motion to postpone for more information or more clarity on some of these details, for better proof of compliance with the PUD standards or site plan standards. And we do also include a potential recommended approval with conditions that we believe covers, I guess, in a semi-succinct way, about 17 items. So I'm not going to go through them. I do think that it is important. So in green, this was a potential finding that I think we want to just make sure you state if you want to approve with conditions.
Can I interrupt real quick before we jump to the findings? You mentioned the number of conditions here in the staff recommendation without going through those kind of piece by piece. You presented a bunch of departures and staff recommendations. The recommendations that you noted through yes or no in your presentation match what's presented in these conditions. Is that correct?
Correct. In figure 6 of the staff report, we go over what staff believes are departures you should approve or not. Okay. And in red, we highlight ones that we have issues. So as part of your findings, if you are going to find approval with this, you do need to cite what departures you aren't approving if you're going to deviate from that figure 6.
Very good. Thank you.
One thing about the findings is we believe there's just been a lot of documentation submitted to and from staff by the applicants, just up to the publication of the staff report, as well as up to this meeting. We want to make it clear that any approval is tied to the site plan dated February 26th, the photometric plan dated March 13th, and the preliminary site condominium narrative dated March 14th. We do have some potential conditions stipulated. We clarified 6, that the barrier-free van space must be provided for building number 3. We think that's a really important consideration to make that building as ADA accessible as possible. And then we also just clarified condition number 16, that the lighting levels may not, we don't believe the lighting levels should exceed 0.5 foot candles along the eastern property line. That's the property line to the rear, not the property line adjoining North Washington, as well as relocating the light poles, which look like they were off of the property. So,
you go back to the amendment to 6 for
Yep.
a moment.
Yep, the barrier-free van space. We believe that needs to be provided for building 3, and even whether or not it's provided by building code, I think it does. It meets it meets an important function. I wouldn't want somebody who needs a van space to be limited by not being able to live there if they need a van space.
Thanks. I was mostly trying to understand, the green that you're showing us differs from
In the staff
conditions
report.
recommended in the staff
Yep.
report based on
Yep.
more recent changes to the site plan?
Just honestly, just probably lack of them being there in the first place.
Okay.
And really, we did cover that in the staff report about the building official confirming compliance with the ADA requirement first, prior to absolutely requiring it.
Mhm.
However, I think staff believes it does suit a very key purpose to provide that van space. And then 16 was similar. It was that first sentence is what the staff report looks like, and the green was added.
ADA does require an accessible path from the space, so.
Thanks.
And then the
Real
sample.
quick, could you jump back to, let me finish making a note of item 16 there before we move on from that.
course.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So, and then just to cover a potential postponement finding, and I should state that there's essentially 2 cases to make a motion on. One is the site condominium, one is the planned unit development. Both of those are your task to review tonight and make motions on. Both are recommendations to city council. But you do have 90 days to review a PUD by the ordinance. So if you need more information that is really necessary, you feel like, to make a decision, you can make a motion to postpone the case to, for example, next meeting, to require certain information be provided for more clarity and more ability for you to find that it meets the PUD standards of 702 and 706. So that's our staff presentation, I believe. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff?
Maybe we'll hear in the public comment, but that neighbor, is that the property to the north?
Correct.
Okay, that's what, I had some questions about that too.
Let's jump into the public hearing then, yeah? Motion would be in order.
So moved.
Motion by Brian, support by Eric. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Our last public hearing for the evening. Anybody in the room can step up to the podium, one person at a time, speak into the mic, start with your name, please. Or on Zoom, raise your hand and we will selectively unmute folks to comment on the site condominium and planned unit development. Oh, you know what? Sorry, actually, good. Thank you for the reminder. We are in the habit of starting with the applicant. If I could just clarify that first. Thanks.
Thank you and good evening to the commission, to the chair and all those present. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project tonight. We're really excited about the opportunity to bring one, preserve the existing Centennial Plaza building, and then also bring a new housing development to downtown Ypsi. So my name is Derek Scott. I am the managing member and owner of the Centennial Plaza property at 124 Pearl Street. And I'll start off by saying I'm a resident of the community. I've been here for about 17, 18 years in the Ypsi community now. So I'm no stranger to Ypsilanti, and really came home to make investments after being invited and really challenged by a local foundation and a partner here who have been working really closely with the city, who said, and these were the explicit words, "You've done a crap load of development across the country, but nothing in your own backyard." And so it cut me hard because we preach inclusive development as a firm and doing really meaningful work in the communities we work in. And so to not have made that type of investment in my neighborhood, we became really intentional. And so very intentional, so much so that I decided to move the headquarters of our business, which we launched about 2 years ago here, and set up shop in my backyard here in the city of Ypsilanti. So my foray into Centennial Plaza was actually not to buy Centennial. It was actually, I was looking for office space to house our headquarters for our business. And at that time, learned from the existing business owner, the property owner that had owned it for the previous 21 years, that he was getting ready to sell the property. He was retiring and really just couldn't continue to maintain the property anymore. And the biggest concern came when he indicated that the only seller that had stepped forward had the intentions of displacing the 31 businesses that were in the Centennial building at the time. That included the Ypsi Ale House and many of the businesses that had been there for, on average, most of the businesses have been there for about 9.5 years at least, for many of those businesses that are there. So the building's been occupied, 100% occupied for the last 5 years. Not a lot of turnover. When a space does turn over, it leases up really quickly because these are small business spaces that really serve entrepreneurs and small businesses that have a low entry point for rents that allow them to operate here in the city. And so our goal was to really preserve those businesses. And so I was not trying to buy a building. Let's make that clear. But when we heard that businesses were going to be displaced, we stepped up to try to figure out how to make that work. And so after going through that due diligence process, we were fortunate enough to work with the city of Ann Arbor to get a regional grant award for 4 projects between the city of Ann Arbor and the city of Ypsi. The current city manager for Ypsi and the economic development director were really supportive with helping us really push that in a collaboration that landed the first regional grant award from the state for Washtenaw County. And so of that $8.2 million award, 2 of those projects were our 2 projects, the Ypsi Ale House, where the Ypsi Ale House building is a Centennial building, and then roughly $3 million award for the residential project to prioritize workforce or affordable housing development. So that led us to purchase the building. We've put a significant amount of investment in already into the property so that we can prevent the displacement of existing tenants, which includes the Ypsi Ale House, which right now is on a month-to-month lease. We've had a strong desire to extend their lease long-term, but understanding the managing member and the managing operator right now can't sign a long-term lease. And so we're working with them to try to understand how to make sure we can preserve that existing business and dumping some investment into trying to make that work. So with that said, one of the questions was about the future use and consideration of the Centennial building, which we do want to continue to preserve. So we have dumped already a significant amount of investment into some improvements. So if you drive by now, the facade is being repaired. We're doing about $100,000 worth of exterior brickwork on the outside to fix bricks that are falling off the building now. And we've done a significant amount of health and safety work on the interior of the building so far, just in the last 90 days of ownership of the property. We with the development timeline here, one of the significant things to kind of point out is with the MEDC grant that we received for the RAP, there's a time consideration on it, which really accelerated our timeline. We in an ideal situation like to take our time in these type of developments, really truly engage the neighborhood and community and understand how to really deliver an impactful development. So the last 90 days, we've really been working just really closely with the city team, who has been great with helping us kind of expedite a timeline and really think through how to make sure we can maximize the opportunity not to lose the $3 million in funding support to do the housing portion of this. And then the sort of last things I'll kind of hit, there was a couple of points about the future use if it turns over from office. And one of the things that we heard really clearly from the Economic Development Office here, and as part of a lot of stakeholder engagement that we've been doing in partnership with Ann Arbor Spark and the Ann Arbor Community Foundation, is that the type of units that exist in our office building don't exist anywhere else. I had the privilege of leading commercial real estate for Ford Motor Company. One of my responsibilities was to oversee our 1.5 million square feet of office space. Before my departure, one of the responsibilities was to sell off assets that weren't working. The assets that we didn't sell off were these smaller micro business spaces, these sort of 200, 250 square foot spaces where small businesses could really just plug and play in. Right now, those are the spaces in the Ford portfolio that haven't been sold and are 100% occupied. So from our perspective, we see that as what is the trend in the future of office and smaller office to support these smaller businesses. And we see it as being a long-term advantage for the city of Ypsi to preserve some of these smaller businesses. And that's our goal, is to continue to preserve them here at Centennial. With that, our architecture team is here from Mayovsky, who's done a lot of local work, so they can speak more to some of the other programmatic and design elements. And then there was also a comment about the easement or the prospective easement that is suggested. And so our council is on the Zoom and has a legal opinion, because we've been in discussion with that adjacent property owner. So we're happy to answer any questions about that as well. So with that, thank you again, and here to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you. I would be curious that what you teased at the end there, getting legal input on the status of discussions for unified control of the entire site. If we could get the council unmuted to participate.
It does. I assume the council is Elizabeth Rogers.
Yes.
Okay. We can get them unmuted in a moment.
And I'm just interested in the status of those discussions for unified control of the site.
Sure. So actually, if we can allow her to speak to it.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Can.
To this honorable body, good evening through the chair. With respect to the claim that we heard that the neighbor believes that they may have a prescriptive easement, we reached out to the neighbor's legal counsel and have had some preliminary discussions with respect to what we believe would be a mutual acceptable resolution. We have not yet been able to arrive at something that both parties find agreeable, but we certainly are willing to continue those discussions and have encouraged that. With respect to the actual prescriptive easement claim itself, we are not of the opinion that the adjacent property owner will actually be successful. We are not of the opinion that they have met the requirements to show that they actually have a prescriptive easement, and the burden is on the plaintiff initially to create a successful proof, and we just don't believe that they're able to do that at this time. I'm sure their counsel would disagree, but we just don't see legally where they are able to carry their burden. That being said, of course, we are more amenable to continuing to have discussions that we hope will result in something that is mutually agreeable. And we certainly encourage those continued discussions with the adjacent property owner and their legal counsel.
Very good, thank you. Other questions for the applicant or applicant's counsel?
I'd like to know what the nature of the prescriptive easement is.
So to the north, and I don't know if you can bring up that site plan so we can see it, but our north lot line, currently their asphalt driveway, what is designated as an asphalt driveway on the survey that they provided, encroaches about 3 feet onto our property line. So they have an encroachment on our property line. Their original understanding was that there was an easement in place or sort of parking agreement. It was never recorded. It was more of a sort of verbal handshake. And as described by the property owner to the north, there was from the previous owner that owned it from them, as well as a previous owner of Centennial Plaza. And we've heard this from many residents and tenants that there was a sort of towing ring that was being run out of the Centennial parking lot. And so there was sort of this informal agreement about parking on that lot. In what is their driveway, they access their driveway through our parking lot. So if you right off of Washington Street, as you can see, our lot line is there, and there's sort of these cars that encroach onto our property line. That's really a driveway, a 15-foot driveway that's supposed to access their property into the rear, but they've been using it as parking, and the way they access their parking is through our lot. And so it's not intended to be parking. The way that their driveway is set up, it's only an access driveway, but the way that it's being used is by parking vehicles there, because there's the ability to access it from our lot. So the concern from the adjacent property owner was that us developing to our lot line, which we think is by right, impedes on, it takes away their ability to continue to park vehicles there. We did have some conversations about thinking about putting that access back, where we, as part of the development, either repave it or do as a driveway and put a curb cut in for them so they can have the access to their rear parking, or potentially greenscaping it. I think the original challenge is what we offered was essentially to pay what we thought was market, get an appraisal, right? Pay for an easement that would allow us to put that back, build up to the property line, and just kind of agree that that space would either be green spaced or asphalt for their driveway. But the request, just kind of candidly speaking, they saw a $20 million development and said that we could do more than what we were requesting. So we've been trying to have a amicable negotiation. By right, we think we have the ability to build what we're proposing, and that they've been using access through our parking lot to park on what is essentially a driveway and not a parking lot. But we're trying to be good neighbors and work to a solution that we think can work.
Other questions?
Yeah, just, so as far as the easement goes, because except for one point, what you've described really is a prescriptive easement, except for the fact that, so is their argument that they had or is your argument that there was some informal agreement with the previous owner and that's what makes it not hostile?
There wasn't. So the previous owner, as well as the previous broker, who both preceded the property owners to the north. So I think they purchased their property in 07-ish. The previous owner purchased in roughly 23 years ago. And so they preceded them. The previous owner says that there was never an agreement, and they signed an affidavit to that effect and sold us the property under with that understanding. So no title work that we pulled. There are recorded easements on the property, but theirs is not one. And so that was something that we definitely looked into as part of the purchase of the property. What their largest sort of argument is, they just don't want to see their parking go away, because they have tenants who live off of Michigan Avenue above Bobcat Bonnie's who rent parking there. So we made a few recommendations and a few suggestions to accommodate for the replacement of that parking, including providing replacement parking for that. I think at the end of the day, they want a dollar value from out of us and not a solution to the parking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope you're not being just extorted, but maybe
I
you're.
didn't say it.
That's why I said it. So maybe your counsel or maybe Mr. Shear could tell me. So sounds like it's open. It sounds like it's notorious. Sounds like it's visible, and sounds like there wasn't an agreement, so it's hostile. What's keeping this from being a prescriptive easement? And it took place for longer than 15 years.
Well, I think some of that question goes to the question of proofs. And this is not the proper forum for us to litigate that, but some of that really does go to a question of proofs. I haven't seen any proof of that. I haven't seen any proof that it has been actual or adverse or open or uninterrupted. And so ultimately, that's the question that the judge would decide, is whether or not there are sufficient proofs of that. And we just don't see where it is.
Okay, and then just to get a handle on timeline, are you how far out would you say? I mean, just extreme ballpark from being able to work something out with them, would you say? Like, are we talking 6 months? Or are we talking a year?
Well, it's difficult for us to say because we are willing to have a conversation. If they called us tonight, we would have the conversation, and we remain open to that. We're not employing any sort of dilatory tactics. We're not stonewalling. We're not doing any of the things that you might see in other situations where someone really does not want to resolve an issue. We are willing and have been willing from the beginning to continue to come to the table. But of course, it takes two parties. So if they are listening or if they are physically present, we would love to continue having discussions about a way that we can amicably resolve this that results in an actual development being put there that's going to do some good for the citizens of Ypsilanti who deserve it.
That's all for me. Thanks.
Anything else for the applicant at this moment? Thanks. We'll let you know if anything else comes up.
Great. Thank you.
Public hearing still being open. Anybody else in the room, you can come to the podium now and share your thoughts. We'll come back after.
Mike Bly, actually Dr. Mike Bly, a PhD chemical engineering. Ted's gonna say a lot of stuff, but I mean, the big picture is, look at that picture there of Centennial's, whatever. The volume proposed is roughly 3 times. And I know there's roughly 30 parking spots currently. And so just simple math, there'd be 90 more parking spots. And I forget how many you said are proposed, 20 something.
I believe there's 44 currently and 26 proposed.
So
9. Go back to that slide.
30.
So I would guess people who currently have spots would not get spots.
This would be intended for comment to the planning commission, and we'll take that up for
All right.
dialogue afterwards.
That's fine. Thanks.
If we can go back to the architect, feel free.
Thank you all. Hi, my name's Adam Bro with Majewski Architects. I just wanted to, I guess, make clear a couple of general things. We've been working with staff now for a while. You guys mentioned before we've got approval from HTC. We've been working with the city of Ypsilanti here for a while on this project. I guess I wanted to reiterate that some of the departures from the zoning code that staff were requesting more detail on, I think a lot of those issues can be solved through design, and we continue to iterate the design. I did bring with me, understand that staff can't present this because they didn't have time to review and properly prepare an updated report. But in the past week or so, 2 weeks, we've have updated the plan to, we believe, alleviate some of the concerns, especially regarding trash pickup, which I think all the trash concerns can be definitely resolved through design, whether that be, concerns about how the truck maneuvers. We show an update to that in our updated plan. We've been working with Runco about specifically dimensions of the truck that they'd be using, front loading truck, the size of the bins, where they could be stored, the maneuverability of the site and all. I see two avenues basically to resolve the trash. One, basically keeps the trash from operating as it is without a compactor, using the 4 cubic yard bins that get rolled out with the property manager supervising as the trash gets picked up. And we would just show, I believe we can show, where those trash bins will be stored. There'll be some additional striping, likely on the grassy median side. I thought staff's comment about the snow removal site was totally valid. I don't think we need to use that area to store our bins. And then the second avenue to tackle the trash removal concern is to add a compactor to the building, which would significantly reduce the amount and the size of the bins on site in the trash room. It would be reduced from 4 cubic yard bins to we believe 2 or maybe 3 2 cubic yard bins. So they're half the size, half as many of them, much easier to store out of the way of the trash truck when it's maneuvering through the site. So that's trash. I wanted to speak a little bit about the loading and unloading. I was not coming into the meeting aware of the concerns of the, by the way, that loading area that we're showing in front of the residential building, building number 3, as staff calls it, that's not required by the zoning, but we wanted to provide a place so it would be clear for everyone to be out of the way when they're moving in and moving out. Obviously, as in a residential apartment building, there'll be a significant amount of move-ins, move-outs, et cetera. If you look at the site plan, you'll see that the residential loading area that we did provide, which is in the location of the current curb cut. So we are removing that curb cut. In its place is the loading area. And we're showing no overlap between basically the fire truck area and the loading area. We would love to speak with the fire department about how much overlap would be allowed there, because we could easily get the loading area away from the property line to the north, as long as there's allowed some overlap, or that the fire truck site could just be kind of slid down. Basically, when the fire truck shows up to the site, it would be blocking the current ingress of the site, which seems perfectly reasonable. Nobody's going into the site if there's a fire truck dealing with a fire there. So I think that's easily solved through design. We were just, I think, missing a little bit of detail there at the time. And this has all been a very quick process. So as I say, we continue to iterate the design to alleviate these concerns. The lighting is another thing I think is easily solvable through design. That rear part of the property, the east side of the property, those lights are existing. That's from the existing utility pole in the grassy median that kind of spans the 124 Pearl Street site and the neighbor's site to the east. We were under the understanding that that lighting was preferred by the city to continue lighting both of those parking lots. We can continue to talk about that. If we need to reduce the lighting levels there, I think that's easily solvable and easy to implement. And I guess the last little bit that I wanted to address was the accessibility concern about the van parking space. And I need a little bit more clarification from like pointing to specifically what, section of what code requires a van space, or is this something that the city has the authority to, let's say, implement something that's, we believe, slightly above and beyond what the accessibility code requires? We want to make the buildings as accessible as possible. It's just, we think we follow the accessibility code here, and I just want a little bit more information. I think if you're correct and you're in that we would need a van parking space specifically in the building there, I think it can be solved through design. But I feel like we need a little more, something a little more concrete there. And then in general, just very generally, I wanted to speak about, I think Andy talked about the way that housing is talked about in the zoning code. I believe the Ypsilanti form-based zoning code is a very specific type of code that seeks to produce predictable results in the built environment. It incentivizes pedestrian-oriented development, transit-oriented development. And while this project does have an affordable housing component, it is a market-driven project. It is seeking to target a market to provide a certain diversity of housing type in the city of Ypsilanti that's currently missing, for people who want to live a lifestyle that's pedestrian-oriented, bicycle, multimodal-oriented, And so I don't think for the residents of our building, the reduced parking, which is not a departure from the zoning code, where all the reductions in parking are done by right of the zoning code as it's incentivized currently. We don't think the residents of our building are going to miss those parking spaces. You know, we think that we're seeing a change in the market where people want to live lives using the bus, using their bikes, using their feet. And by the way, if they need to get to the other side of town in the next 15 minutes, they can call an Uber. They're still going to pay less per month than they do owning a car. I think the market supports that. That's where things, there's a demand for that. And that's a type of housing that's currently not in abundance in Ypsilanti. And so we feel comfortable that our residents will, we'll see a market demand for that. Thanks.
Real quick, since you mentioned the revisions to trash considerations, I wanted to ask about calculations for trash requirements in the Centennial Building. Just whether that's included in your updated waste management plan and how it's accounted for.
Yes. So, okay. So we basically don't, okay. So we can provide an additional trash calculation as we did for the residential building. Currently, we were considering it as kind of an existing condition. You know, more or less it works the way that it's working now. There's not any issue there. There's not any request for more trash removal. But you know, we're happy to do the actual calculation and show you the numbers.
Yeah, your trash plan does include reducing the capacity of the bin that's currently there, correct?
And I don't believe it does. Julia's shaking her yes. Could you explain? What do you mean, Julia?
Yeah, you have 4 foot by 4 foot bins.
No, it's 4 cubic yard bin.
4 cubic yard bins, which is about a half size of a dumpster, which is what's currently there. And
I think
that's
dumpsters there is 8 cubic yards. Is that what you're saying?
yes. So it's smaller than the current dumpster.
You think the current dumpster is 8 cubic yards and the one they're proposing is 4 cubic yards?
It's scaled the same as all of the other all the other bins are in the drawing.
Yes, we're proposing a 4 cubic yard bin, but I was under the understanding that's what was there currently. If that's not what's there currently, our owner thinks it's the 4 cubic yards. Is there a way we can verify that?
We can
Yeah,
check the
we can
plans real
confirm
quick.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, if we can see information that confirms that, that's okay.
I don't think we would have any problem accommodating it, even if it is.
I believe there was a big one there at one point. Was that removed and replaced with the smaller one then? Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I swear I saw something bigger, but if you can confirm that, then I think we need to take your word on it on the record.
Yeah, the bin that's on Google Maps is the same one that was out there when I was there a few weeks ago, and I believe that's the 8 cubic yard bin.
I don't know that we have a need to answer that tonight, but we can always condition. If we choose to condition, we can condition that any change to waste management calculations for the Centennial Building be addressed with an updated trash calc. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else in the room that would share comment? Please.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you all hear me all right?
We can.
Good. My name's Ted Badgerow, and I'm here. I've been an Ypsilanti resident for, since the 1990s, and am very rooted in our wonderful community here. And so I'm speaking mostly as a private citizen, looking at the needs of downtown. I'm also the head brewer, part owner, and of the Ypsi Ale House and the historic Huron Hotel. In fact, back in 1982, I started the first newly licensed brewery in 38 years, like pulling teeth, and I'm known as the old fart pioneer brewer who started this whole craft thing in the state of Michigan. And this sizable grant for affordable housing is a wonderful thing for Ypsilanti. It's sorely needed, and it's a great opportunity for the city, I feel. and like use it to the best of our advantage to further the hopes and dreams of our community. At the Ale House, we began brewing in 2015, 10 years ago, and thanks to a generous matching grant from the Downtown Development Authority, we were able to restore the marvelous original tile and marble floors in the hotel and reveal, after extensive and expensive asbestos remediation, these floors to showcase after not being seen for 30, 40 years. And we'd like to thank the DDA very much for their matching grants and support in the historic renovation of the building. In fact, it was when the building was first built, the Huron Hotel, it was a civic project that was supported by over 200 private citizens who contributed because it was determined that the number one need for the community was a first-class hotel. And that's partly the story behind that. And throughout its lifetime, the building's been owned and operated by local people like my friend Bill Anhut, God bless him, and other people from Michigan. And so it would be great to keep the ownership of the building in local hands. Thank you. Now, in the last 10 years, we've become a thriving downtown, vital downtown gathering place. We survived the COVID pandemic by opening a beer garden over there on Washington Street with the help of the DDA. Thank you very much. And we house events of all kinds, from religious conferences to dart throwing leagues to wedding events and etc. We have more live music than anyone else in town, 6 nights a week, sell more beer than ever before, and have a lot of award-winning beers. Anyway, enough horn tooting there. I've got some questions and concerns. First is 136 Washington, a suitable and compatible location for the master plans of the our commission and our development for Ypsilanti. Is it going to be the right place for working people or families with children? Another question, is there a better alternative residential property site in Ypsilanti? I would suggest perhaps Water Street or several other locations that may not be as problematic as this building, which to be sandwiched in the historic and downtown business districts, kind of sandwiched in there. I really have questions about whether a parking lot is actually feasible on the property. I do have results of recent core samples that were taken in December. And anybody who wants a copy of those, please ask me. I'm wondering about how extensive the abatement or remediation will be of old fuel tanks, radon, asbestos, the old dry cleaning fluids, trichloroethylene, et cetera, that have been there since way over 100 years. And I'm also wondering what public health hazards can we expect during construction, and how long we local businesses can be expected to experience inconvenience and or closure during construction. Can we expect extended delays? Will this cause a local business disruption of historic proportions? And we've just been talking about the waste and pickup and all, and I'm wondering, is there going to be available space for semi trucks to drive back up and unload my pallets of grain for brewing, for the ale house delivery trucks to load up with adequate access to the docking doors in back, and of course, and also access for weekly dumpster collection. I understand it's a one-way on through there. I also wonder about the exit onto Pearl Street. And with that.
Sorry to interrupt here. We've been playing a little fast and loose with the time limits, but if you could wrap your comments up in the next minute or so, that'd be
Yes, I
appreciated.
certainly can. Yeah. Yes, and as it is, it's very hard to find, my staff, and all of our customers, park in that parking lot presently. And I can't expect my staff to pay the one-legged bandits or expensive parking, just, to show up for work. The Deja Vu Showgirls nightclub will be reopening soon. They held a soft opening recently. I'm not sure when the hard opening is coming, but I'm wondering how that will affect the residential character of the neighborhood. And we have had, of course, long time along Washington Street, problem with drug sales, drug usage, and many other things, a lot of blue lights in the district. So in Ann Arbor, they recently rejected a
Thanks.
proposal.
I think that's about the minute. If we're done talking about this site specifically, I'd appreciate if we could welcome other comments.
What do you envision in 5, 10, 20 years, 50 years for that site? Are we going to have something that we will be regretting in 10 or 20, 30 years because of the usage not being proper? Thanks very much.
Thanks for your thoughts. Anybody else in the room that would care to share comments? Yeah, we'll have everybody in the room speak, and then we'll read some emails into the record.
All right, my name's Donald LaFloria Jr. Been a lifelong resident of Ypsilanti, the area for my whole life. So basically, I'm just here to give some comments that I been thinking about this development project and everything. Mr. Scott, was it? Yeah. I'm liking what he's doing and what he has in mind for the area downtown. And basically, I think what he's doing is going to be great. And when the time is here, I think after everything's done, it's going to be a great investment in Ypsilanti. And basically, I just feel like with myself being a business owner, keeping things in the city and also in-house is basically better for the city because it's keeping it in-house. So just something I just wanted to share, basically my thoughts and feedback. So.
Thanks, appreciate it. Anybody else in the room? Yeah, please.
My name is Tia Johnson. I am a lifelong resident of Ypsilanti as well, and I do support Mr. Scott and 124 Peace Plaza. I'm a granddaughter of a business owner and also a lot of family members who own businesses here, including my grandfather who used to own Terry's Bakery. I see this as being very innovative for the city, something new, something vibrant, and something that could really bring more youth, more birth. It'd be a new birth for Ypsilanti, so I support. Thank you.
Is there anybody on the Zoom with a hand raised to participate in the public hearing?
Zoom participants, if you wish to participate in the public hearing, please raise your hand.
Good evening. My name is Steve Pierce. And I think it's a little disingenuous to and wholly unfair to represent both sides of a negotiation and a conversation and then characterize that. It's not as we've heard earlier, some of those discussions are inappropriate and not to be litigated there, but yet the applicant did make those digs, and I think that's grossly unfair. And for the person that said that they see no evidence, you just have to go to Google Maps And you can see that in, I believe, 2011, so that would be some 13 years in the past, that driveway is exactly the same place as it was today. And the parking spaces are exactly the same as was today. You can say that I see no evidence, but you do have to look for the evidence that has existed for a number of years. And I believe the city and and staff were provided a copy of a lawsuit that was filed within the last day or so. And I believe a copy was sent to city planning staff and the city litigating just exactly this thing of a prescriptive easement. And the law in Michigan is very clear. It's 15 years. And that driveway has, from going back even to historical photos and the archives from the Ann Arbor News and the Ypsilanti Press, it's clear that that driveway was there 25 and 30 years and much longer. So the other comment to make on this is a PUD is supposed to be a document that is very well thought out and has all of the I's dotted and all of the T's crossed. And what you're hearing tonight is none of that. Well, we'll come back with the garbage plan. I really don't feel that your zoning plan that has been developed over the last 15 years through a lot of hard work. Many of you on the planning commission were involved in the master plans and what has gone on in our community, and to just have it passed out of hand tonight says, well, it lacks vision, and you're just going to get the same thing you have as you have right now. I think that grossly portrays this as sort of maybe bumpkins, and we just don't understand how things work in the big city these days. The PUD is to be used judiciously in areas where the zoning doesn't foster the development that is appropriate for the area. And the PUD, and when it was first created and passed by City Council at the urging of the Planning Commission, it was specifically for projects like Water Street. So that would add the flexibility for development on Water Street through the PUD process. And so then just take the process that you have worked so hard on, and so many people in Ypsilanti have worked so hard on for the last 15 years, and just throw that all out and say, well, we're not going to follow any of our guidelines and our vision and our zoning and and we're just going to start fresh. If you do that, the PUD has to be well documented in every single detail. And it would be a mistake to rush this tonight and approve a PUD where none of that is laid out. So I urge to reject the PUD, not postpone. The applicant has come to you tonight with the PUD. It's not complete. You should just reject it, send it back, let the applicant come back with a complete PUD with a justification of why they can't do this project following our current zoning and vision for and respecting the historic district, the second oldest and second largest historic district in the state. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I think we can read some of those emails into record.
We start by reading the complaint into the record.
Oh,
The official.
question of order here. Are we keeping comments to 3 minutes?
I didn't start keeping comments to 3 minutes, and it feels unfair to start enforcing that halfway through. That's my bad.
Okay. This one, but I see multiple pages there.
Okay, so at 4:14 p.m. today, I ended up getting an email from attorney Friedman They wrote, Mr. Burns, I write regarding the caption meeting and the review for the 124 Peace Plaza proposal at 124 Pearl Street. There is a significant issue regarding the property's shared driveway with the neighboring parcel at 148 North Washington Street. My clients Karen and Eric Maurer have attempted unsuccessfully to resolve these issues out of court with Mr. Scott, and we have filed a suit in the 22nd Circuit Court to protect their property rights. I am attaching a copy of that complaint to this email for your review. It is important that the Planning Commission be made aware of this development prior to the review of the 124 Pearl proposal. Yeah.
Yeah, just speak a little.
Yeah. And so part of their complaint to quiet title, establish easements by prescription and enforce shared driveways. I'm just going to read directly what they wrote in their complaint. Now come the plaintiffs Karen Maurer and Eric Maurer by and through their attorneys, Robert and Friedman, and for their complaint to quiet title, establish easements by prescription and enforce shared driveways, state as follows. Number one, plaintiffs Karen Maurer and Eric Maurer are residents of Ypsilanti, Michigan. Number two, defendants 124 Peace Plaza LLC is a Michigan domestic liability limited liability company. Derek Scott is a resident of the state of Michigan, and Marcus Huff is a resident of the state of Georgia. Number three, plaintiffs are the owners of 148 North Washington Street, Ypsilanti, Michigan, 48197, more fully described as, and then they provide their original plat, legal description. Defendants are the putative owners of 124 Pearl Street, Ypsilanti, Michigan, 48197, more fully described, and then they provide their legal description as well. Number five, the above two properties were jointly owned for decades before being split off approximately 60 years ago. Number six, that all times relevant hereto and for at least 40 years, the properties enjoyed a shared driveway at the southernmost portion of 148 North Washington Street and the northern boundary of 124 Pearl Street. A copy of a survey showing the placement of this shared driveway is attached as Exhibit 1. Number seven, this shared driveway provides ingress and egress for the parking lot servicing 124 Pearl Street, as well as an easement for parking serving 148 North Washington Street. Number eight, plaintiffs have been informed that defendants intend to build a structure on their property which would extend past the shared driveway, thereby eliminating its purpose and effectively prohibiting access to the parking easement serving the tenants at 148 North Washington Street. Number nine, defendants have sought approval from the City of Ypsilanti's Planning Commission for approval of a plan unit development, PUD, which would, if approved, effectively landlock plaintiff's parking easement. Number 10, shared driveways are recognized in Michigan's jurisprudence as granting property rights in the users, which cannot be unilaterally terminated by one of the parties without consent of the other. Number 11, in Sackett versus Ateo, the court found that use of a shared driveway between the parties' properties for the statutory period of 15 years established a prescriptive easement to the driveway according to the doctrines of acquiescence. Number 12, the 40 years of shared use of the driveway by plaintiffs and the previous tenants of 148 North Washington Street have far exceeded the statutory 15 years for the doctrines of acquiescence. Right?
In the interest of having cut off other comments that run a bit long, I do think we have the gist of the lawsuit being put forward. Yeah, let's formal complaint.
And then I just have one more really quick.
Please.
This is by Mike Bly. He writes, "Hi Josh, as a regular of the Ale House, I have agreed with Ted's assessment that the Ale House would be a better fit to the area than housing and parking. Very few businesses are in the area. It's basically the heart of Ypsilanti. An affordable housing complex, through, though necessary, would be more ideally situated from this area."
Thank you. And it looks like we do have one more hand in the Zoom. Thank you.
Carol Farmer, you'll be allowed to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm Cheryl Farmer, 214 North Huron Street. And as I listened to the presentation, there are so many PUD departures, the frontage, transparency, lighting, non-compliant parking spaces, inadequate barrier-free parking, inadequate parking buffers, driveways, trash storage and removal for all buildings existing and new, reduced landscaping, and on and on. Then looking at the required versus proposed in the proposals, they all appear to fall short of the requirements in every category. What's proposed is falling short of the requirements. So if requirements are important, why would we want to accept proposals that fall short of the requirements? How did this get to the Planning Commission before the Planning Department issues had been resolved? I guess that's the big question. So I would encourage you to table. The loss of any parking spaces, and this is a lot of loss that's proposed in a downtown area that was built before there were cars, that's already short of parking, is a bad idea. The site condominium, quote, allows ownership, unquote, but what guarantees do we have that they would remain condos and that this isn't just a way to get the foot in the door, because condominiums are something we would like to have more of in Ypsilanti. So that's a concern. If the site doesn't get built out completely, if something comes up and the project fails in the middle, will you be responsible for the tear down so that we aren't left with a mess for years in our downtown, like we see a mess on South Huron Street as you approach City Hall next to the marijuana building? It's been up an erectus sculpture, I guess you could call it, for the last couple of years. And I don't know when it's ever going to be finished or if it's going to ever be finished. And then the business about the minimizing impact on existing businesses. This would be very important. What is there in your plan that would prevent the building out of this space from causing the ale house, for example, to have to close because the customers can't get in, because people delivering goods can't get in? I don't see anything about how you're going to minimize the impact of construction. The PUD was requested, the PUD approval was requested with so many unresolved conditions. I just hope that you will table this until some of this can be resolved. It looks like the big unknown right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Motion would be in order to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Brian, support by Amanda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I want to start with some discussion of the legal complaint, because that's gotten a lot of attention both in the staff presentation, applicant comments, and public hearing. I tend to agree that this isn't the forum to litigate any of the easement constraints. There is a condition in the staff report that notes that the applicant shall secure an easement with the adjacent northern property owner to allow for wall or building maintenance access. Any approval that comes from Planning Commission would condition us some solution to that dispute. That feels outside of the realm of Planning Commission's concern. Fire away.
So just for clarity, that wall and maintenance easement would be is not what's what the public comment is referring to. The staff
Where would there be a wall?
staff suggested in the staff report as as a potential condition of approval, the fact that the applicant secure a maintenance access easement to be able to step on the northern property to northern and technically a little bit of the eastern property, to be able to repair or build a wall that has 0-foot setback, because it just seems like it seems by common sense at some point someone's gonna have to maintain that wall and get on someone else's property to do so.
Okay.
That was a recommended condition of approval, or that's a totally separate type of easement than what the
I'm glad that you clarified then. So
is referring to.
the note about requiring unified control of the entire site, that is inherent to the site condominium requirements, not explicitly conditioned anywhere here. It's-
That's a requirement of the planned unit development, and it's a requirement for the applicant to be able to demonstrate that they have that unified control prior to be
So-
able to do the work. Planning Commission should confirm that they have that unified control prior to approving plans.
Okay.
I'd
So,
like-
sorry, thanks for clarifying here. Without condition 13 applying to that easement with the northern property owner, this would require an additional condition that conditions unified, what are we saying? Unified control of the entire site.
I would think so,
Okay.
yes. That
Thanks,
was
just wanted
not
to
in the
make sure I was
staff
clear on
report. It was something that just came up.
Yeah.
Super recent.
Okay, sorry to have interrupted.
That's, I would strongly recommend changing 13. As it stands, it requires the applicant to get an easement. They're resisting the existing claim of an easement. So I would say that applicant shall address the easement claim. Because if they have to get, they'll never get an easement, but they want to resist this easement claim so that it goes away. Using this language supports the claimant for the easement.
Well,
You're talking about 13, right?
13.
Okay.
So our idea with 13 was not relevant to any of the prescriptive easement claim that was offered tonight. Our idea with 13 was the fact that the applicant or a potential owner of the building is going to have to step on that adjacent property to be able to maintain the wall. If the wall fails or if blight occurs and they want to repair it, there's a 0-foot setback.
And for construction.
So, and even to potentially build the building, I would think an easement needs to be granted to be able to have construction workers step on the neighboring, the northern property to just be able to build. The prescriptive easement that's being referenced in the public comment is something we completely did not address in the staff report because we did not have any knowledge on it.
Is the person from whom they have to obtain permission to use the property
The same.
claimant for the?
Yes, yes, it's the same party.
Okay, that's going to be an interesting lawsuit.
Carl, how would you word a condition 17 that would require the applicant provide evidence of that unified control of the entire site?
13.
No, I'm talking about an additional condition.
Additional.
Yeah, not for maintenance access of that wall on the north side of the property, but to have settled any legal dispute for the prescriptive easement.
I would just say that the applicant shall address the easement claim. They're going to do that anyway, and I think I sympathize with them, so I should keep my mouth shut. But I think as to the question about what 17 should be, it should be that they should address the easement.
And I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yes.
I think it's should warrant some deliberation on if that's a condition that you want solving through administrative review. or
But
during
I'm
plan commissions.
but I'm reflecting back on the other easement issue we had previously where that dealt with the land lot, the possibility of the land lot and shared drive. Because, you know, the two neighbors wanted total control of that one alleyway, you know, and we did not address that specifically. We left that for
Right.
higher being, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just wondering if we should not, deal with that.
Julia?
Yeah, I just want to point out that in your packet, we provided 2 draft motions. Right now, we're discussing conditions attached to the PUD approval with conditions. Planning Commission may want to consider either motion that was before them. We think that it's really important that you have all of the information that you need to make a decision before before taking action. And so perhaps considering both motions before you, we think it would definitely, the Planning Commission may wish to consider delaying action until additional information is provided.
Yeah, and let me preface some of my earlier notes with I don't know that I, as a planning commissioner, am concerned about seeing the securing of that entire site in front of me to vote on a motion here, because for me, that entire site is controlled and this project can move forward, or the entire site is not controlled and there is no project, right? Like the project can't be built on a property that has a prescriptive right to another property owner, right? So this is not, it doesn't feel to me like any of our planning commission business hinges on it. The project hinges on it, and planning commission's just voting on the outcome in which it can be built.
The ordinance says that an applicant must demonstrate that they have standing to be able to complete the project. And so
And the standing requires unified.
the standing requires that unified control.
sure.
And so including that as a condition of approval rather than confirming that prior to approving seems a little.
I don't think that's something that I need to see, right? What I'm saying is that I'm fine with conditioning it, because if staff can validate that, it is not a function of the site plan, or how the site plan is laid out, whether that contested parcel is included on this site or not. If the contested parcel is not included on the site, the whole site plan that is presented to us is invalidated, and we would vote on a different site plan if it came to
I
that.
have a question. Are you saying perhaps that like that condition is like how it would come to this body in the first place? And that's why you're saying that
Yeah,
it's
an
not an
application
after thing,
requirement.
it's a before thing, which is why. But I think it's still valid to discuss the conditions, because if this is coming back, I would like to see it come back in the strongest way possible.
So you're saying, so there's two things. So one, you're, regardless of maybe Matt's point, is you'd be interested in discussing some of these conditions so that if we didn't vote to approve it tonight, that we would have it come back with some of these conditions cleared up.
Yeah.
The point that I may have heard from Julia is if there's what we have learned is that there's a contested issue, which means this applicant may not even have standing for us to make a vote. So we maybe shouldn't even be having this on our agenda, which is a little bit different than what you're saying, which is it's a condition to act on. And I think I'm wondering if I'm hearing from staff and maybe.
Yeah, I do have so is it staff's opinion based on what we've heard that this whole exercise is moot at the moment?
Staff just sees that there are informational requirements that should be clarified, and it could take discussions with the applicant, it could take discussions with this city attorney representative, but we believe Planning Commission should take due care in confirming appropriately whether they believe there's unified control.
I don't understand how conditioning doesn't accomplish that.
Yeah, the question I think that the triangle of us are kind of getting at is that the standing is a requirement for making the application in the first place. If that hasn't been met, then this should not be happening. So I'm asking staff if that understanding is correct, and if that, finding of fact is correct.
I think we should refer to the assistant city attorney if possible on just confirming whether or not that that section of the ordinance can be used as a finding in postponing the application.
Yeah, because it's in doubt, right? I mean, we can't say either way.
An attorney here?
Conveniently enough. You may, yeah.
Tobias Lipsky, Assistant City Attorney, and I'll be sure to give you a lawyer's answer. So my understanding, or not my understanding, the lawsuit was filed today. The lawsuit requests both, perhaps in the alternate, prescriptive easement or title. They want to move the boundary line based on the 40 years of usage. And so using practicality and common sense, we have an active lawsuit where someone is threatening to become a partial owner or to have legal use and have influence over the decisions regarding this property. And so I looked through the zoning ordinance to figure out how to fit the risk into the rules that you have to follow. And so that's what brought me to the language in 122-702, which requires unified control, documentation demonstrating control, and that development can be completed as shown on the plans, that all portions will be operated and maintained by the developers or their successors. So whether or not that means you as a board have to check the box that everyone owns the property before you even look at the project, I don't know. I didn't evaluate that. And so whether or not you can approve the plan with conditions of resolving this lawsuit, which, you know, hopefully will be addressed fast, but most lawyers don't want to do that. I forgot the beginning of my sentence, but my lawyer's answer to you is, sure seems to affect unified control and it needs to be addressed. If you need an answer as to what needs to happen first, I'm going to come back to you later.
Okay.
May I offer something?
Please.
Yeah. The lawsuit's been filed. And they're acknowledging in the lawsuit that they don't have what they're claiming, and they're claiming to get something, and they won't have anything until the court rules, which will be sometime in the future. I think it's beneficial to the to the applicant and to the city to move forward with this as best we can at the moment, and file I think you need to file a counterclaim in this lawsuit, a big one, because you've got whatever the size of your project is, they're interfering with that, and you're going to incur some damages from what they've done. So you need to be very aggressive in your response. And I think that consistent with your plans to develop the city, you should allow this project to move forward. And that lawsuit they can report on, and you can act later. Their money is at risk. And if they're willing to proceed, then I think that the city should allow them to proceed. Now, the planning commission should not.
Thank you for that, Carl. Julia.
Thank you. So I think in addition to the issue of unified control, staff had some other concerns that would, if conditioned in an approval, it would put some discretion on staff because it's not a rigid answer, such as the waste management plan. And generally, we don't want to be put in the position of having to make those decisions without a public body's assistance.
Right.
Yeah, so I was asking earlier when the applicant was up about the easement thing, just to get an idea of timeline, because yeah, I think there's a lot of hair on this, and it probably does need to be postponed. But I mean, if that could have been wrapped up like by our next meeting, that would have been great, because you know, obviously the need for housing is great, and it makes sense to get these things moving as quickly as possible. And I think part of that it might work out to be faster, if we postpone this, get some of the stuff cleaned up. And then see this back with a more complete application. If that's not the way we go, though, I do have some questions for staff. And then we talked about the trash removal, the loading zone, the north property access, emergency access. Is that, looking at the map here, I know there's the little St. Joe Clinic to the east. Is emergency access for the east side and rear of that building dependent on that area being parking like forever?
That's a good question. So I think are you referring to the fire protection plan that shows a truck
Yeah.
accessing the St. Joe's Hospital or the St. Joe's Medical Facility? I think that's a very key point. I think that by showing that, the applicant is assuming that property will never be developed. And if they need that as fire access, they should probably they should absolutely secure an easement
Yeah.
to prevent if that's an absolute required fire access route.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the south side of the property is covered.
Yeah. Yep.
The west side's covered. The north side and the east side would definitely be a problem.
Yeah, but I think it's an important point that we discovered a little bit after the staff report was published, that an easement should be obtained so that St. Joe's can't develop to a zero
Yeah.
rear lot.
And there was already going to be some touching the east, right, for that, just for construction of that wall. Probably. I mean, not to the same extent, obviously, but yeah, I mean, it just seems like maybe some of this can be cleaned up like as quickly as possible and then come back.
So let's talk about some deviations, because I do think we should consider both of the options before us, right? We I think have an approach to postpone this discussion based largely on the concerns about the property, but also questions about trash that might be subject to planning commission review instead of staff approval. Or we approve it and condition those things. If we were to move forward with conditions, I wanted to talk through the list of departures required. Planning commission input on the frontage build out first. I tend to think that for a site with an access path, with a drive path through it, there is no meeting the 90% requirement. This is not something that reaches a level of concern for me. Thoughts from other commissioners?
I think generally we need to be more lenient with housing and not less. So I don't care. I also don't care about the parking. It just doesn't matter. And for the record, it was stated earlier, but as of the last parking study, downtown does not have a parking deficit. I just wanted to make sure that's.
Yeah,
factually
that is a
clear.
good point. I appreciate that. Yeah, because there are some questions about the departures that are being requested, the number of departures that are being requested. And I think having seen other PUDs come before the planning commission, we often make a lot of exceptions or departures for large site developments. That is why the PUD process exists. We tend to make exceptions to those planning requirements on big sites that are on the outskirts of the city and not so much down across from a transit center. This seems like exactly the kind of circumstance in which we do want to make those exceptions, to put denser housing in our center districts. And so I understand that exceptions are inconsistent with some parts of the zoning ordinance, but that is why the PUD process exists here. So like Brian said, maybe that's frontage build out, maybe that's parking. I do think there'd be value in us as a commission talking through those point by point.
I think I agree with Commissioner Jones Chance on the points that he made. And I also feel that this project is, I mean, I haven't been a part of many large projects since I've been on the commission yet, but I've been a part of many many times on very small projects where we've made 1 or 2 departures. And so it feels proportionate to me, especially considering a lot of the, other things that the applicant has expressed that they're going to try to resolve as part of this. In terms of the frontage piece, the improvement is vast compared to what it is now. So I think that is a no-brainer to me because I think you're not going to get much better than that at this point.
Very good. Thanks. The second departure is commercial private frontage distance between openings. There is a noted maximum of 2 feet. This proposal suggests 6 feet, 8 inches. Again, kind of consistency with the existing building, and approval from Historic District Commission alleviates any concerns I have with this item. Any conflicting thoughts? Okay, moving right along then. Commercial private frontage, ground floor transparency. We have a minimum of 60%. This proposal includes 43%. I don't know that I have anything else to say about this that I didn't say about the last 2. Any concerns with exceptions to ground floor transparency? Okay, lighting levels at lot line. This is where we have a required deviation that staff does not recommend that we comply with for excess lighting along the rear property line. I do think that rear property being parking and not a more intense use alleviates some of that concern, but for consistency with how we've approached this for other developments, I think requiring that along the rear property line would be appropriate. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Somebody's got to have thoughts on one of these, right?
Just for
Yeah,
clarity
please.
too, so I think you kind of addressed it, but there's really 2 parts staff's observing as part of this departure. One is the fact that there's potential for that the foot candle is exceeding along North Washington. And then the other half is the rear property line, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
The-
North Washington being a lit street, I think leaves me comfortable with that point, as recommended by staff here.
Yeah, the photometric plan was pretty confusing the way it just showed rings at the 5 mark. So you really don't know what was, when that ring is shown between 0.5 and the fixture itself, you don't know if that level is any higher in that area in between the rings. So that's kind of why we covered both bases there, the front North Washington frontage, as well as the eastern property line. Julia?
Traffic visibility is the next deviation. This is for not having the visibility triangle at the ingress. That being ingress, we haven't shown a lot of flexibility with the visibility triangle in the past, but this being one way through traffic, I think alleviates that concern for me. Anybody have anything they want to add to that? Maneuvering or backing from a parking space directly onto a street or walkway, that's something I do think we have been more consistent with as a commission to avoid any potential safety concerns. I'm inclined to agree with staff's recommendation that Planning Commission not approve a departure for this.
I agree.
Anybody else?
I agree.
Hey, moving right along, parking and aisles. The deviation here, the end of all aisles aren't protected with a curbed island because of some space constraints. Thoughts on this? Should I kick it off again?
Go for it.
This one's tough because it is a space constraint here that is tied to a potential trash solution. Given the site constraints, I don't think that the parking island is like the safety feature that it's going to be in most larger open parking lots. I don't have any strong feelings about this. Does anybody have any strong feelings about this?
I just would echo what is noted here with staff. The staff believes that providing a loading space of some kind is imperative to the future of the commercial uses of the Centennial Building. I agree, I concur. But that's, am I prepared to say how the applicant should do that? No. I noticed there's a lack of red here from staff on departure or non-departure, so.
I think it's just a key discussion point is using the PUD standards in adequately addressing loading in light of potentially loading being reduced than what currently provided. There is a proposal again to occupy that in the street right away, but that needs to alter a bit since was as from what was on the plan, just due to Department of Public Services notifying us that anything can exceed the property line expected. And for a fire code determination on what Adam brought up about if a loading space and a fire lane can share, and that's not something I have the ability to speak about. It's definitely an item that should be considered.
Okay, so there's the potential for an additional condition here to not take a departure for the loading lane as presented in the plan.
So there is actually that was just really extra narrative, really. There's no departure for loading right now because a loading space is not required by the center district. Okay. However, it's just the fact that using your discretion on the fact that a space has always been operating and now in a certain way and now isn't. It's just, we wanted to provide you with that information. Sure. And because there was a ton of public comment about it when this was first proposed, when it was first publicly noticed as a special use case prior for the February.
And regardless of the tenant, the use is the restaurant.
Yeah,
It's likely whoever is in there needs loading.
Likely someone will need loading, and it might be questions to ask the applicant about the details about that.
Okay. We'll move along for now. Protection of landscaped areas, walls, structure, and walks in parking lots. The staff recommendation here is that shrinking the maneuvering lanes to 22 feet wide and bringing the wheel stops out by another foot would ensure that the walls will not be hit from the parking overhang. So there is a condition here that the site plan is adjusted to meet the curb distance requirement. I would tend to agree with the staff's recommendation there. The recommendation also addresses potential diminished width. Let's see, asking that the applicant provide a vehicular turn radius for 2 lanes of traffic at the ramp and throughout the maneuvering lanes. I'm going to digest this one for a second. Thoughts from other commissioners on this point? Please.
For clarity too, is on that point, I think the reason we added that second sentence is because we don't know the complexities that go into designing such a parking garage to that architectural level that the applicant might know. So it might be worthwhile to ask the applicant why they are proposing 24 feet maneuvering lane feet rather than the 22 minimum. And if that's because of some other purpose that suits their needs, rather than just us observing the zoning code from a, high up level.
Would the applicant care to comment?
Thanks for that opportunity. Yes, we realize that the minimum backup space required by the city of Ypsilanti is the 22 feet. We see working in other jurisdictions that 22 feet is, I would say, half the time allowed. But generally speaking, the 24-foot dimension is generally recognized as a comfortable maneuvering distance. We were trying to align the plan with more along the lines of standards that exist throughout, other jurisdictions, other zoning codes, that let's say tier 2 parking aisle and width dimension 18, 24, 18 is very standard. Anywhere you go, you'll be allowed to do that. 22 feet, okay, you can do it. It's a little tight and uncomfortable when you're in a basement. So we felt it was important to provide the 24 because of that. There are columns, there are, you know, you worry about dinging your car, you worry about hitting someone else's car. 22 feet possible, not comfortable. So that's why we wanted to go to 24.
Very good. Thank you. I would be interested in seeing the site plan meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance here, I think more so than standards elsewhere. Obviously, 24 feet for the maneuvering lane meets our requirement, but 2 feet from the curb stop to the wall does not. So I'd be inclined to agree with staff's, that's okay, thank you, with staff's recommendation here. The next item is for parking dimensions for regular spaces. This is the non-compliance issue for which it's noted that the math doesn't quite math for the angled spots. I don't have any concerns with the solution that staff or the justification that staff provided in the recommendation here. That I think applies to the parking dimensions noted for the last 3 items. Questions or issues with any of those? Hearing none. Okay. Commission hanging in there. Do we need a break for a minute? It's getting quiet.
Still quorum with 6. so-
Right. Okay. So going through the departures, I think the question that we have facing us is how comfortable we are with proceeding with a vote on the motion with a whole list of conditions that need to be clarified either by staff review. Staff indicated that they're not necessarily the right body to be looking at kind of subjective cases of whether an updated site plan would meet these requirements or not. How we've addressed that in the past, I think, is if the site plan is updated in such a way that it meets the requirements of zoning ordinance, then staff is fully authorized to approve that. And in any instances where subjectivity would be applied, where it's not clear if it meets it or not, then it comes back before the planning commission for a revised site plan review. Given some of that precedent and given the fact that we can condition unified control of the entire site, my preference would be to make a motion on the site plan tonight with conditions, but I would entertain input from other commissioners.
I agree with that. Are you talking about the 16 conditions already shown?
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that we're on the same page, or at least we have a notion of how we want to proceed regarding either postponing this vote or taking a vote on the planned unit development here with conditions. Carl, what you mentioned earlier about planning commission kind of not interfering with some of that legal process that has to play out, I think swayed me on wanting to stick to what is within our control here and act accordingly. Conditioning on other things that can go wrong with a legal review, with a building code review, with a fire review, but not holding up our work because theirs isn't done. Go ahead. Is there anything you want to
I
add
was
there?
comfortable with that.
I sup-
Go ahead, Andy.
Real quick, just a staff comment though, any kind of further narrowing you can do for looking for what staff needs to look at in a revised site plan for trash pickup is going to be really important to just take a little bit of the burden on staff making a really tight discretionary decision that could last on the site for years.
There were also some departures that were just denied that would result without changes to the site plan. So we would need to know what you guys want to see in terms of that. For example, the parking space that's being removed, is that going to be landscaping? What do you want to see there? So I think we need some guidance from you guys. We proceed.
Right?
Oh, sorry, I forgot you.
I'm a little concerned that 16 conditions is for staff to review administratively on a site like this is not appropriate. I think it should fully come back to planning commission. So I would be more comfortable with a postponement. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, especially if we take that other issue up, that we might be at 17 conditions. It sounds like from what staff's saying that this might wind up back here regardless. And so we might as well review the whole thing again.
I disagree. I think it's important to give the applicant the chance to move forward. I mean, these conditions, I don't see any of them as being monumental. Maybe I'm not reading them carefully enough or understanding them, but I think that it's better to impose these conditions. If I can't project what's going to happen in that litigation, but it doesn't seem to me like worthy litigation. And I'm going to have some questions for them. I want to talk to them when the meeting's over, but I think these conditions are sufficient and let them move forward with their project rather than wait a month. I think that's a mistake. I think they need to keep their momentum.
Right.
Yeah, I think time-wise, I mean, that's the timing is a concern for me as well. I think though, by the time they get through working through all this, submit new plans to staff, have conversations with staff. I think by that time, we're pretty much at the next meeting anyway. We might as well review it. And then see if that issue is cleared up or not, because I disagree with Mr. Shear, though. I think what was described sounds to me like a prescriptive easement. And so I don't think it's as frivolous as you might think. I mean, it does sound a little bit extortionate. I mean, I'll be honest about that. But it doesn't sound completely invalid. Maybe that doesn't matter, but I think a lot of this could be cleared up in 3-4 weeks. So
A thought, if I may.
Please.
I would hate to see us set a precedent where anytime somebody doesn't like something that's coming down the pike, they just slap a lawsuit on it, so we have to hold the presses. Like that seems like a dangerous precedent to set, because us taking action on the fact that that question is now out there is, to Commissioner Shear's point, us taking a stand on what's happening. And that's not our role.
I mean, I totally agree with you. I agree with the sentiment, but a lawsuit that questions the control of the site and whether the property owner has standing is totally different and is not a normal run-of-the-day lawsuit because it's traffic. So I don't think we would be at the risk of setting precedent.
I agree with that point as well. That you made about, not wanting to set a precedent for people to do that. And I would be swayed had it not been for, basically the description of the situation from the applicant having been basically what a prescriptive easement is. That, the timeline was there, everyone knew about it, and, it was notorious, it was hostile, there was no agreement. I mean, it was described as a prescriptive easement. So that's why I would have trouble, but no, I agree. We don't want to get in the habit of, letting people do whatever to stop development. But I don't think that's what's happening.
I think we kind of all agree that we're likely to see the site plan again.
It
Right?
sounds,
That
it
there's
does sound
either a
like that, yeah.
scenario where we postpone and we consider it again in our next meeting, or a scenario in which we vote on the motion with conditions and any changes to trash pickup, to parking dimensions, or any of those things that change the layout in any way that would be non-compliant comes before us again. I think the only substantial difference between those two is that the latter gives the applicant an opportunity to address some of those conditions in the site plan in a way that is compliant with the zoning ordinance requirements. That may be a slim chance, but it doesn't take that chance away from them.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part? I think I don't.
Yeah, if we approve this with and the applicant meets all those conditions and staff approves that, then it doesn't come before us again, right? And staff's comment was that they are very likely to see an updated site plan that includes some more subjective calls, variations from the zoning ordinance. And if that's the case, it's coming before us again anyway, because staff will not approve that. It will be up to us too. Right. And so in that scenario, it's coming back before us anyway. The only difference is that if the applicant updates the site plan in such a way that meets those conditions without creating any deviations from the zoning ordinance, then our work on this package is done.
Okay, I think if the commission wants to go down that route, then we should provide clarity to the staff now with the items that they've requested clarity for.
Ye-
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that might be a little bit different than my understanding of the process, but maybe we can still do it that way. I suppose my understanding is if you approve with conditions, then we are responsible for approval of all of that administratively. Anything that you want to see come back to planning commission, even if it does change the layout or whatever, I think that needs to be clearly delineated in the motion.
Eric, you had something to add?
No, I was basically gonna ask, like Julia largely answered it, but I was gonna ask, what are the conditions under which we can say approve this with conditions? Under what circumstances would we see it again? Because presumably, yes, that the onus would be on them to work through all of these things, and then I can't imagine a scenario in which it would come back to us unless there was such a massive departure that they're like, this is not the same project. So I can't imagine any scenario in which we will see this again if we approve it with conditions.
I suppose, for example, that rear parking space that backs out onto the sidewalk, if they remove that and they replace it with landscaping, suddenly the deviation that they've requested for the landscaping is they have more landscaping than they originally requested, which is probably more compliant than less. But, you know, there's going to be one change can affect another change, which could affect a departure or require an additional departure.
In the past, Andy, there was a time when you brought things before the planning commission, because you were reviewing it as staff and wanted planning commission's input on some sticky subjects. That's what I'm assuming we proceed with if the updated site plan doesn't meet zoning requirements. What's your opinion on that process?
I think so. There's provisions in the PUD ordinance that specify what's a major versus minor amendment. So, I mean, if this PUD gets approved and adopted and they need to make a major amendment, then yes, it needs to be re-reviewed as an entire PUD all over again.
Okay.
There are possibilities that, you know, city council sees this and they're not comfortable with it and they pass it back to planning commission based on recommended revisions or based on their belief that they don't believe that some of those any kind of administrative conditions of approval are appropriate or willing to be or able to be granted, or the applicant hasn't communicated an ability to potentially make those changes. I think there are ways that council can pass it back to you for a revised review. There's also the ability for you, if there's a tough condition and you think it could entail some sort of change based on just Julia's example is the removal of a parking space to accommodate for loading, or loading or trash pickup. That's if that's something you'd want to condition as you know, applicant shall provide more space for trash pickup, and if they can't on site and need to remove any other site improvements such as parking spaces, then the plan shall be brought back to planning commission. There's ways you can condition something to say for administrative review, but if it can't be met, the plan shall be brought back to planning commission. Does that make sense?
I guess, sorry,
I
but
would ask Julia.
well, some of the changes are going to inevitably result in those layout changes that we know would come back to planning commission because we don't want to design the site for them.
Right, and I'm okay with the layout change. The thing that I think should come back before planning commission is a layout change that becomes less conforming than it currently.
I think
Right.
I think it's getting to the point where, and if the majority of the planning commission's on board with what we have today and doesn't have major in front of us, doesn't have major conditions they want to put on, I think we're getting to the point where it's unfair to put this on 2 outside consultant staffers and a brand new planning commission staffer. No offense, Josh. So it's just the reality. I think we're asking for to put the amount of work that I think Julia is trying to communicate that could be possible with an administrative review. These are not our staff. They're not our staff. They're our consultant staff. So they're hired by us. They don't work for us, like as permanent employees. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we hire planning consultants to support our planning requirements as needed. Right, I don't think that I don't think that needing planning input from the consultant that we hired from planning input should be any part of the consideration.
When the planning consultant is telling you that there's a nesting doll of this could change and that could change and this could change, and we're telling them to be subjective, you know, to decide if it should be up to them to review. Okay,
I'm saying if it is less conforming, then I think it comes back before planning.
that's a subjective question. Can go ahead, Brian.
I don't think it is, though. We have like objective measurements of of all of the frontage build out and parking spaces and landscape islands, like all of those things we have measured them. Right?
Yeah, I think what part of the hesitation is that we're concerned about timing to get the project like done. And that's, I share that concern. But this gets done with us, it's got to go to council, and if there's still hair on it, if this stuff is not, if we haven't seen it completed, the public comment by the time this goes to council is going to be outrageous. It's going to slow the project down. If we want this project to be done as quickly as possible, we need to be sure that on our end, everything here is as clean as possible. So I would prefer to see this come back in a month. I don't think we're not going to save the developer any time by approving with all these conditions now, because it's going to have to go through staff. It's likely to come back. By the time they're even done with staff, it's going to be a month to make all these updates anyway to meet the conditions. They're not saving any time by us doing a less than complete job, and it's going to hurt the development by the time it gets to council, because that's going to be a double S, as they say. It's a specific type of show.
Let's send it to council with 5 conditions instead of 16.
I
Yeah.
guess it doesn't feel like a less than complete job on our end, because for me, I don't think that a waste management plan that becomes more compliant with our zoning ordinance than what this presents is something that needs to hold up like our consideration. We maybe differ, like reasonable minds can disagree on that, but that's where I live.
No, I don't care about that either. I also don't care about the parking. But the fire plan, all that stuff, I do think we need to see that, because that's kind of our main issue. We do need to see that. Staff has expressed some concerns about this having to come back anyway. Let's just do it once, ship it out, and have it be tidy. Because we will put the project at risk.
I think we are like coming to a point where we can proceed with something, and I worry about the number of conditions we're making on the fly here. We've talked about, well, I mean 17 and then how many more, right? Because this doesn't include, thanks, good call. That 17 doesn't include the fire access. It doesn't include what else did we identify?
Fire access easement, I think, is something important to
Yeah.
consider tonight. I mean, you could kind of add that in as a second point to the fact that fire department needs to approve these site plans. I mean, maybe that's a second sentence to that condition, is that fire department shall review the site plans, and a fire access easement by the neighboring property shall be granted if the fire department determines that need is required by fire code. So,
If you're looking for, oh, I'm sorry, Andy, I thought you were done talking.
I'm done.
I was just gonna say, Matt, if you're looking for action, I'd be willing to make the first motion presented to us by staff, which is the first postponement motion. If there's a additional item that should be recommended in that, like Andy just said, I will. I'm not gonna make that motion because I'm willing to hear your thoughts first, but if you're looking for action.
Here's what I think we can.
Teasing emotion.
Here's what I think we can agree on. I don't think it's helpful for us to continue tonight to try to figure out the space between postponing or approving with conditions that come back to us. If we agree that there's a likelihood that it comes back to us, let's proceed with noting the conditions that we would be adding to this to give some on the record insight to the applicant on what an adjusted site plan might look like for our consideration in the next meeting. And then Mike, I will turn it over to you to make that motion. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. So the conditions that I've noted, I'm interested, if I've missed any here, please speak up. From what's in our packet, I've modified item number 6 per staff's recommendation to note that a van space must be provided for building 3. I've noted an addition to condition number 16 per staff's recommendation that lighting levels may not exceed 1/2 of a foot candle along the rear property line, and lights proposed off the site must be relocated. I would be interested in a condition that the applicant shall provide evidence of unified control of the entire site, including legal documentation of a single ownership or control in the form of agreements, contracts, covenants, and or deed restrictions. And 18, for my notes, that the applicant would obtain access easements for fire safety to the north and east sides, and that fire department shall review the site plans. Is there anything that I missed there?
Did you cover something about the potential non-development easement for the parcel?
That was the bit on the entire unified control of the entire site.
Okay.
I
Sorry,
think
got
that
a little fuzzy around that.
No
part.
worries.
Thanks.
Is everybody in agreement on those? Anything else that we want to see from a revised site plan, Julia?
Just if you want that rear space that backs out onto the sidewalk to be landscaping as opposed to pavement or anything like that, maybe.
I just want it to not back out onto the sidewalk. Does anybody else have any other?
I guess
There-
there's no way to have a space without it backing out on the sidewalk. It's that very first space.
Right. Yeah.
So the space needs to be eliminated.
Yeah.
Curbed or landscaped.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not that concerned about being prescriptive about what the fix there is.
I guess the reason I ask is because they're requesting a deviation from the required landscaping. So they're supposed to be at 10% and they're at like 6.
So that could
So
actually
they
help
could
them.
help them meet that. They wouldn't have to have that departure anymore.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable solution. I would be interested to see what that looks like on a revised site plan.
Yep.
Mike, take it away.
You had a question from the architect?
Do we have questions for the architect before we move to a motion?
Oh, he had his hand up.
Yeah, I know, like, I think generally we don't have any questions for the architect at the moment.
Architect had a question.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Mike?
I would make a motion to postpone the site condominium for 124 and 120 Pearl Street with the parcel IDs as noted in the staff report, with the following findings: that the site condominium ordinances section 122-711 and 712 require the review of a project of this nature to follow the PUD section requirements. This application, as presented, does not meet the PUD standards, including but not limited to the departures, providing a higher quality development, lack of demonstrated community benefit. Additionally, important site plan details are not documented, and the logical issues for trash pickup remain unclear.
Can
Support.
I offer an amendment?
I'm willing to hear a friendly amendment.
I don't think that lack of demonstrated community benefits is an issue with the current proposal.
I would accept that to be striked.
Thank you.
Struck.
Okay.
Whatever.
Support.
We have a motion by Mike. We
call.
have support by roll call vote.
Yes.
Support.
Yes.
No.
Very good. The motion carries. We have a recommendation this evening. Oh, you know what? We were asking that no's. Yeah, we were asking that no's offer
I did.
justification if you want the opportunity.
I did. And I think we should have see forward.
Thank you. There is a staff recommendation for a motion on the planned unit development as well.
That was the plan.
Oh, sorry.
I believe, correct?
Yes.
Is that?
I thought you read for the site condominium. My mistake.
Oh,
It was. That was my understanding anyway.
You did. That was like condominium.
Right?
that was a site
Yes.
condominium.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's-
Yes.
I was there. Would be a motion for the planned unit development as well then.
Yeah, I'm the commissioner curmudgeon, so I'll do it. Motion to postpone, I'll like make a motion to postpone the plan unit development for 124 and 120 Pearl Street with the parcel IDs as noted in the staff report with the following findings. The PUD departures do not as a whole create a higher quality development for the city, and the departures that do not contribute to a higher quality development should be reduced. Compliance with the PUD standards of section 122-706 is still unclear until further information in the site plan details are provided, including the dumpster enclosure details and photometric details. Logistical issues of trash pickup are still unclear, including full truck turning templates, the location and size of all the bins that will be rolled out, and the garbage truck pickup technique in the form of a rear, front, or side load.
Do we have a second?
Support. Oh,
Motion by Mike, support by Brian. Can we get a roll call vote again?
Yes.
Support.
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 Yes.
No.
Motion carries. Phil, anything else that you want to add? Thank you. That is the end of our business for the site condominium and planned unit development. That brings us to old business, nothing under old business. We'll move right on to new business. We wanted to talk about trailer occupancy. Do we have some trailer occupancy discussion tonight, or do we want to put that on the agenda for our next meeting?
Can we move it?
Let's,
Next
please.
meeting.
Having a love Christmas.
Come on, new record. No, I'm just kidding.
I didn't realize earlier that we have a public comment at the end of our meeting on the
You-
agenda.
you
and that
added-
would be in order to open the 7th public comment this evening.
I move to open public comment.
Motion by Amanda,
Support.
support by Mike. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Public hearing for the end of the meeting is open. If anybody wants to share thoughts with the planning commission.
We weren't gonna, what happened to the other agenda? items?
We have one online.
Yes, everybody discussed that we want it to be discussed in in our future meeting. We'll start online. I am going to enforce 3-minute limits for public comment here because it's 11:10.
And I agree with the 3-minute limit, despite the fact that the clock over your head says 10:10. This is Steve Pierce, and I think it's important to, and because PUDs are a little unusual and are not dealt with on a monthly basis, to go back and review the language of the PUD in close detail before you come back to the next meeting, because in there it talks about timelines of 90 days. In which the planning commission has to work on this. So the idea that there has to be some sort of urgency in order to complete these tasks, when the enabling legislation clearly says that that you have 90 days and the city council has 60 days, and the applicant knows that and should have planned and budgeted for that. So the need to rush is not there. when the need to do it right is there. The final point is, this, as you said, has to go to city council. It can't go to city council with fuzziness of, well, we want the council to approve this. And Mr. Brian Jones Chance is correct. All of these details have to be hammered out between the developer, the city staff, consultants, and the planning commission. And the reason that the work on the EMU building took nearly 3 years is because complicated projects take a while before you can get all these plans in place. And so trying to do it tonight at 11 o'clock is going to result in poor result, and the public and the community and the developer will be not served well. So I'm glad that you postponed it, and but please don't send just half a project and plan to the city and to present to the public. Get all of the elements needed to approve the PUD and then move forward with an actual plan, not conditional plans. Thank you.
Thanks. Elise, you said there was a second hand? Not anymore. Anybody in the room that would care to offer public comment to the planning commission?
Motion to close the public comment.
Motion by Mike, support by Eric. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That's the last item on the agenda. A motion would be in order to
Move to
adjourn.
adjourn.
I think
Support.
Brian had it, support by Amanda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, everybody.